Since day one, my ambition has been to do my job with care for the environment. And one day, when I pass my farm on to the next generation, I want to be proud of the job I've done.
All 10,300 of us ALA farmers believe in the same thing.
We want to create the future of dairy with a clear commitment.
To produce carbon net zero dairy by 2050.
For some countries, it will be even sooner.
It will take hard work and getting our hands dirty.
We don't mind. We are used to it.
For years, we have been working with sustainability, and we are seeing the results.
The CO2 emissions for 1 liter of ALA milk are about half the global average.
But we won't stop there.
We will use every day as a chance to move closer to a better future.
Because changing tomorrow starts today.
I became a farmer because I love working with my hands. Getting up early, taking care of the animals, the land, producing high-quality milk.
Since day one, my ambition has been to do my job with care for the environment. And one day, when I pass my farm on to the next generation, I want to be proud of the job I've done.
All 10,300 of us ALA farmers believe in the same thing.
We want to create the future of dairy with a clear commitment.
To produce carbon net zero dairy by 2050.
For some countries, it will be even sooner.
It will take hard work and getting our hands dirty.
We don't mind. We are used to it.
For years, we have been working with sustainability, and we are seeing the results.
The CO2 emissions for 1 liter of ALA milk are about half the global average.
But we won't stop there.
We will use every day as a chance to move closer to a better future.
Because changing tomorrow starts today.
I became a farmer because I love working with my hands. Getting up early, taking care of the animals, the land, producing high-quality milk.
Since day one, my ambition has been to do my job with care for the environment. And one day, when I pass my farm on to the next generation, I want to be proud of the job I've done.
All 10,300 of us ALA farmers believe in the same thing.
We want to create the future of dairy with a clear commitment.
To produce carbon net zero dairy by 2050.
For some countries, it will be even sooner.
It will take hard work and getting our hands dirty.
We don't mind. We are used to it.
For years, we have been working with sustainability, and we are seeing the results.
The CO2 emissions for 1 liter of ALA milk are about half the global average.
But we won't stop there.
We will use every day as a chance to move closer to a better future.
Because changing tomorrow starts today.
I became a farmer because I love working with my hands. Getting up early, taking care of the animals, the land, producing high-quality milk.
Since day one, my ambition has been to do my job with care for the environment. And one day, when I pass my farm on to the next generation, I want to be proud of the job I've done.
All 10,300 of us ALA farmers believe in the same thing.
We want to create the future of dairy with a clear commitment.
To produce carbon net zero dairy by 2050.
For some countries, it will be even sooner.
It will take hard work and getting our hands dirty.
We don't mind. We are used to it.
For years, we have been working with sustainability, and we are seeing the results.
The CO2 emissions for 1 liter of ALA milk are about half the global average.
But we won't stop there.
We will use every day as a chance to move closer to a better future.
Because changing tomorrow starts today.
I became a farmer because I love working with my hands. Getting up early, taking care of the animals, the land, producing high-quality milk.
Since day one, my ambition has been to do my job with care for the environment. And one day, when I pass my farm on to the next generation, I want to be proud of the job I've done.
All 10,300 of us ALA farmers believe in the same thing.
We want to create the future of dairy with a clear commitment.
To produce carbon net zero dairy by 2050.
For some countries, it will be even sooner.
It will take hard work and getting our hands dirty.
We don't mind. We are used to it.
For years, we have been working with sustainability, and we are seeing the results.
The CO2 emissions for 1 liter of ALA milk are about half the global average.
But we won't stop there.
We will use every day as a chance to move closer to a better future.
Because changing tomorrow starts today.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Welcome everybody to the farming session. Welcome to you here in Bankboxen. Glad to see so many people here in person. And also very warm welcome to the people remotely from wherever you are. Welcome to join us here today. We have a very exciting program and we're going to explore and discuss the challenges and also the potential towards sustainable dairy farming. My name is Ilka Klaas. Together with my colleague Anna Fjell-Flusjö, I hope I pronounced it somehow right, we will share the session. Anna is environmental expert at ALA Foods and at IDF. She's co-chair of our action team on LCA and the Standing Committee on Environment. I'm Ilka Klaas, working at De Laval International as Dairy Development Director, and at IDF I am Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare. So if you would like to pose a question, and I'm sure you will have many for our discussion, please do so online through our streaming site, where you can click on the question button and we will get everything here on our iPad so that we can go through and make sure that your question is also asked. And I think that was the administrative part. We are now looking forward to our first speaker, which is Jude Cupper. She is ABP Chair and Professor of Sustainable Beef and Sheep Systems at Adams University in Shropshire, the UK. and she is also an independent livestock sustainability consultant. In general, her research and advisory service is to make a difference towards sustainability, investigating, modeling of sustainable systems, and also a great passion is to debunk some of the myths that are around livestock production in general. We look very much forward to have you here, Jude, to give us a talk about sustainability challenges for dairy. Where are we? Where are the knowledge gaps? Please go ahead, the floor is yours.
I'm on mute. My goodness, how many times have we had to say that to each other in the last year? I apologise. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be talking to you today. I'm hoping you can hear me now. And please feel free to put something in the chat if you can't. It is a real pleasure to be here, albeit virtually. I apologise that I can't be there, and to talk about something that I consider an absolute passion. I've been working in this area for about 15 years or so, and frankly, I never get bored of it, as it were. Just to check, I can't see my slides yet. I don't know whether somebody can put them up. Otherwise, I can just keep talking. Those of you who know me know that I will just keep talking for several hours without drawing breath about dairy sustainability. Oh, there we go. I can see Ilka's. Oh, no, I can still see Ilka's slides. I can't see my slides. I'm just going to keep talking at you for a couple of moments while we get the slides up. So honestly, I could talk on this topic, joking aside, for many hours, because we've certainly got a whole load of challenges. We unfortunately still have an awful lot of knowledge gaps, and we've come an awfully long way in the last 15 years or so since I started working on this topic back when I was at Cornell University in the States. And it's been a real achievement and a real pleasure to see how the industry have developed over time. But we do face some, nope, that's still not my slides, I'm afraid. We really do face some challenges. And I'm going to sort of talk you through my first couple of slides, which I'm afraid you can't see at the moment, just so that we don't lose too much time at the end. Because all my first slide basically says is that we have to have a sustainable system, but what that looks like is going to vary massively across the world. So whether you've got Jersey cows, whether you've got Holstein cows, whether you've got a large herd or a small herd, whether you're based in Germany or Norway or Africa, you know, it really does make a huge difference. But there is no one size fits all. There is no, if you just have 20 cows, or if you just have 2,000 cows, or if you only have house cows, or you only have pasture-based cows. There is no one size fits all when it comes to sustainability. And so therefore it's very difficult to sort of define a sustainable system. And that's not just because the challenges that we face change every single day. So what is sustainable now, or what was thought of sustainable 2 or 3 or 20 or 30 years ago, may not be in 20 or 30 years' time. And I know you all know this, but I think it's worth bearing that in mind, because we've always got to have that balance between the social, the economic, and the environmental. And so moving forwards, we do face these numbers of challenges. As an FYI, I still can't see my slides, but I'm going to keep talking at you. But perhaps the biggest challenge that we do face, and at this point you should see a picture of my niece and my daughter from about 5 years or so ago now. The biggest challenge that we do face is to keep our kids and our grandkids wanting to drink milk and to eat cheese, ice cream, and of course beef as a co-product as well. And I think that's the biggest challenge that we face, not just as a regional dairy industry, but as a global dairy industry. I'm going to go on to my next slide, which I can see on a piece of paper in front of me. It's a shame that you can't see it at this point. But there was some data that came out of the UK. It came out just before COVID hit, before we all went into lockdown. And one of the governmental surveys asked people who were thinking about giving up meat and dairy whether they ever felt guilty when they ate it. And in the national population, about 25% of people felt guilty when they ate meat or dairy. But in the population who were thinking of giving up milk or meat, either to become vegan, to become vegetarian, or to become flexitarian, a full 2/3 of those people felt guilty about eating it. And so that means we really have a huge challenge to overcome that guilt factor. That's possibly our biggest challenge as a dairy industry, to get over the, I feel a bit guilty when I have my, very milky cup of coffee here, or my cheese sandwich, or my cheeseburger indeed. And when we look at the reasons why people feel that they should give up milk or meat, we see that animal welfare, environment, and human health are the three major factors. So we've got to overcome this guilt factor, and we've really got to also overcome the fact that people often have concerns, and they may be valid concerns, or they may be completely misplaced, and there's no way to know. I'm not sure we're going to see my slides at all, so I am going to keep talking at you. And this is unfortunate, because at this point I would be showing you a beautiful graph. It's a very nice graph, but I'm going to talk you through it instead. So for example, to talk about some of the data gaps and the knowledge gaps that we've got at the moment. We know, for example, that the US dairy industry has cut its greenhouse gas emissions over time. And Dr. Roger Cady, who many of you will know, and I published a paper, came out in the Journal of Animal Science just last year, and we showed that between 2007 and 2017, even just in that 10-year gap, there'd been considerable decreases in greenhouse gas emissions, in land use, water use, fossil fuel use. And so the environmental impact had come right down. And that's great. And we've seen exactly the same thing in many developed dairy industries all over the world, which is wonderful. But we still, for example, don't have a consistent standard on-farm tool that every farmer can use all over the world. So we've got no comparison. And frankly, here in the UK at the moment, every single conversation that I have and every single talk that I do, people say, where's the standard tool? Which tool do I use? How do I compare my farm to somebody else's farm? So that's one of our greatest gaps at the moment. And we often get penalised in the media, on Instagram, on social media sites, because when people talk about the carbon footprint of milk or meat, they tend to use global averages. And that's an easy thing to do, obviously. Any press article can say, well, the average carbon footprint of a litre of milk is X, and that gets the message across to the consumer, but it's completely out of context. We eat food on a regional basis. We need to make people understand that when we show carbon footprints, it's got to be in the context of the food that they eat. So if I have a milky coffee here in the UK, what's relevant to me is the carbon footprint of that milk, not the global carbon footprint. Because let's face it, the global average wage, say, is about 50 cents per day, but few of us on this conference, or indeed in the room in Copenhagen, I would hope, would be earning 50 cents per day. I'm going to have my slides in about 2 to 5 minutes, so I'm just going to keep talking you through them. Imagine you can see some really, really beautiful slides at this point. You're missing some fabulous pictures. But as I say, we've got to look at this on a regional basis, and this applies both to assessing carbon footprint, quantifying greenhouse gas emissions, and communicating them. So one of the other knowledge gaps that we have at the moment is in terms of having emissions factors that apply to all farms all over the world. And I've been doing some work with Heifer International looking at smallholder dairying. And even though the tier 1, 2, and 3 methodologies are in place, the emissions factors that are used, particularly when data is lacking at the farm level, have been shown to not always apply to, for example, native breeds in a smallholder system on very diverse feeds. So we absolutely need to make sure that the standards, the methodologies, and the emission factors that we use are absolutely applicable to all animals all over the world. And of course, that isn't an easy ask. I'm not saying that can happen tomorrow. And it's been really good to see that the IDF methodology for carbon footprint, for example, is being improved at the moment. And I'm actually part of that action team. But we've got to do better to make sure that every farmer all across the world can accurately quantify their carbon footprint. But we have more knowledge gaps as well. We know that carbon sequestration, for example, provides great potential, both in the higher income countries and the low and middle income countries. And there's a lot of work out there to show just how good dairy farmers are at sequestering carbon into soil. But we still lack that tangible, targeted data. We still lack the ability for a farmer in England compared to a farmer in France or Germany to actually say, given my practices, given what I do, I can feed this into a standard, accurate tool, and I can quantify my emissions, taking into account carbon sequestration, because that's a huge communication plus for our industry when we're talking to the processor, the policymaker, and indeed the consumer as well. And finally, with regards to things that we do on farm, particularly with cattle, what we know is that there's an awful lot of literature out there, which is wonderful, on individual pieces of the puzzle. So we know the impacts of reproduction, we know the impacts of mastitis, we know the impacts of every cow having a calf every single year in a timely fashion. And this is wonderful. But what we don't know at the moment is how all these things interact. For an individual farmer, is it more important to improve feed efficiency or to use an additive that cuts methane emissions, for example, or to address the issues that they have with reproduction? So we need more targeted whole system approaches, and not just with dairy. We can't forget beef as well. And obviously a huge proportion of the beef produced in many, many countries comes directly from the dairy industry. So when we think about the sustainability of dairy, we've got to think about beef as well. And this is why I really wish I had my slides, because I have a nice example here based on heifers. At the moment in the UK, for example, about 20% of heifers don't get into the herd. So they're born, we rear them, they grow, they get pregnant or not, and they either don't get into the herd, and as I say, that's about 20%, or a further 10% or so don't stay in the herd past the first 100 days. And that comes at a considerable cost. And I'm a complete data nerd, so I did the calculation, but it takes over 6,000 kilos of feed dry matter to raise a heifer from birth to the point of entering the herd. And of course, that has associated greenhouse gas emissions as well. So given that, we should be doing everything we can to avoid wastage, to improve efficiency, to cut our losses. But then I say the word efficiency, and that's such an emotive word. That's such a dangerous word, because for many people, particularly people outside agriculture, efficiency means big ag, it means bad, it means intensive, large scale, factory farms, etc., etc. And one of the most difficult questions that I get over and over again is, well, which is more important, carbon footprint or animal welfare? Is it better to have house cows with a lower carbon footprint, or grazed cows with potentially perhaps a higher carbon footprint, but then also impacts on biodiversity, ability to graze, etc., etc.? And we really need to be able to answer some of those questions, not just from a scientific point of view. Is the carbon footprint higher in a pasture-based system or a limited grazing system or a completely housed system, but from a consumer point of view, what is truly most important to the consumer? Is it still price? Is it greenhouse gas emissions? Is it the assurance that all animals are healthy and well cared for and can express all of their natural behaviours? We've got to get some better social sciences research almost to understand that from the consumer, from the processor, from the policymaker. Unfortunately, I do suspect that the answer is probably we want it all. We want affordable food. We want to know where it's come from. We want to know that the animals are healthy, that everything's done well for them. We want to know it's got a lower carbon footprint. But we can only change one thing at a time almost. We can't all improve every single farm overnight. And I think in future we will get to a point where our food labels don't just talk about nutrition anymore. They'll have indices for carbon footprint, they'll show water footprints, antimicrobial use, there'll be QR codes and links to, my goodness, look, there's my slides. Let's see if I can flick through to the slide I'm talking on, because this is one that I really like. It's a nice picture. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. This is exactly what I was saying. So this is a mock-up of a future food label that I made for a paper that I published a couple of years ago now. But I truly believe that in a couple of years' time, these are what our food labels will look like. So we know that consumers don't have that much time in the supermarket to look at every single food and every single label. But, you know, I think we will have to be more transparent. We'll have to give people more information. So we've, as I said earlier, have to be able to calculate these things really, really well and to be able to back them up with figures and data and numbers. But we've also got to give people those links so they can look at webcam data, they can look at carbon footprints, they can look at assessments of all these parameters. Because even though it's very tempting always to focus on carbon, and we all focus on carbon, I've been doing it for years and years and years, we've got to bear in mind that there are other factors as well. We've got to think about biodiversity, we've got to think about water footprint, we've got to think about animal health and antimicrobials, which is what I'm going to come on to next. Because this, I think, is one of our biggest knowledge gaps. This is an old stat here, you've all seen it thousands of times, I'm sure. It came out from the World Organization for Animal Health back in 2008, and I was talking to some guys from Health for Animals recently who now actually think that this number is much higher. But on a global basis, we lose about 20% of our global animal protein because of animal diseases. And in most cases, these are diseases that we already have cures for or preventative measures for, but they're just not implemented because of cost, because of infrastructure, because of politics, whatever it might be. So we really have a challenge to cut those losses, to cut food waste, which, as we all know, is at about 30% on a global basis in the global population. So just to give you some facts and figures, or rather to say, please don't trust these figures because it's so variable. We did a lit review project, came out a couple of years ago with Merck Animal Health, or MSD as it is in the UK, and we were looking at the variability in the literature on greenhouse gas emissions and the economic cost of different diseases to the UK cattle industry. And my main message here is that there's so much variation. You know, there's lots of papers on mastitis, but the citations for the economic cost on a per year basis are anything from 125 to 384 million pounds. So it's obviously a big problem, but that's a huge range. And if we compare it to yonis, which according to the literature is only coming at an economic cost of 2.8 million, you know, it seems like yonis isn't important and mastitis is. So we urgently need better economic data, which can then tie in to greenhouse gas emissions data. And looking at the literature, we did find that there was very limited data. And where there was data, all of these bubbles that you can see here are often based on a single paper or two papers. And more importantly, it's often very, very dated. So you'll see the same figures being quoted over and over and over again. You know, bovine viral diarrhea comes at a cost of £162 million to the UK cattle industry. And you trace it back and you go, wow, that's from a paper from 1992. You know, why don't we have better data, better figures? And this is even more so with respect to greenhouse gas emissions. So in the paper that I just referred to, we looked at the literature, and this paper that I'm going to show you now wasn't out at that point, but there is such a lack of information on the direct effects of disease on greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that anything that impacts animal productivity is going to increase greenhouse gases, land use, water use, etc., etc. But it's seldom been quantified. There's some good work on mastitis. There's a couple of papers on lameness, and there's a couple of papers on subclinical ketosis, but there's a real lack overall. And what this paper did, which was from Jonathan Statham and colleagues for the Dairy Sustainability Framework, they looked at not just the impacts of the disease, but the relative impacts of disease. And again, that's what we need, because just as we don't accurately know the impact on a farm of improving age at first calving versus feed efficiency, let's say, we also don't know the impact of improving mastitis compared to infertility, compared to bovine viral diarrhea. So in this paper, for example, they looked at mastitis, they looked at infertility, they looked at BBD, they looked at the impact on a greenhouse gas basis, a percentage reduction in greenhouse gas emissions per kilo of energy-corrected milk through eliminating either BBD, mastitis, to infertility on the average farm or the worst 10% of farms. So, for example, if we got rid of the infertility on the worst 10% of farms in the UK, that would cut the carbon footprint by about 16% per kilo, which by itself is a huge achievement. But then when we take that out into less developed areas of the world, and if we look at smallholder farmers in Kenya, for example, the numbers go way up, as you can see. So the relative difference isn't quite so big for BVD and for mastitis, but for infertility, if you look at the worst 10% there, we could cut the greenhouse gas emissions per kilo of energy corrected milk by almost 45% by better control of infertility in the dairy industry in Kenya. So we've got huge opportunities across the world to improve animal health and concurrently improve animal welfare as well. But there again, we face a challenge and a knowledge gap, because we've got a concurrent challenge with animal health in terms of improving sustainability, in terms of antimicrobial use. And I don't think any of us at this conference can possibly be unaware of the public concern, the processor concern, and the retailer concerns regarding antimicrobial use. So the question is often, well, if we take antimicrobials out of the system, we're going to see a decrease in animal health, a decrease in animal welfare, decrease in productivity. And yeah, absolutely, if we took them out overnight, if grocery chain X said, that's it, we're not taking any dairy ever produced with that, either antimicrobials or with the highest priority critically important antimicrobials in the system, everything would go downhill pretty quickly. But there is no doubt that we've got to work towards an aim of reducing, replacing, and refining antimicrobial use. And that can be done without an impact on productivity or performance. So this is just a very quick case study. It came out from the University of Bristol, the farm animal practice. And they took out the highest priority critically important antibiotics, i.e. the ones that have equivalence in human medicine, from their practice over a period. This only goes up to 2015. I believe they've completely taken them out now. So they are not using the highest priority critically important antibiotics in the dairy cattle practices that they serve at all. And yet they have seen no evidence of a decline in herd health or treatment outcome, either actual or perceived. So the farmer isn't going, well, that's great, we've taken them out, but we've seen massive problems with A, B, and C. Moving away from the antimicrobials that have equivalence in human health has not impacted performance, and therefore will not have had an impact on land use, resource use, or greenhouse gas emissions, which again is a really important component of sustainability. And then lastly, I just want to talk about dairy losses, because again, talked about dairy heifers earlier, but as a complete data nerd, I did the calculation just last week, looking at the losses that we incur if we have a dairy cow on a global basis. And as I said earlier, obviously beware of a global average. But if we have a dairy cow with a milk yield of 4,000 kilos of energy corrected per cow per year, if she dies, we often just think, well, we've lost a cow, we need to replace her, we've got a bit of milk loss, we've got some infrastructure loss, you need a heifer that's now either not going to replace a different cow or she's not going to go into beef. But if we quantify those losses, they're actually far bigger. Because if we think about it, yes, we may have a heifer in the barn already, that's all well and good. And she may be surplus to requirements, so we're fine. But if we don't, ultimately, we have to divert a different heifer, and so we have to rear another heifer. And if that heifer takes about 26 months to get from birth to calving, that's at a potential milk loss, had that cow not died, of 8,537 kilos of milk. And further to that, if the cow dies, she obviously doesn't go into the food system in terms of beef, but neither do the calves that she would have produced in the 26 months that it takes to replace her. So we've lost in total 430 kilos of carcass weight. And all of that comes at a greenhouse gas impact of 3,751 kilos of CO2 equivalents, which would be what it would take to raise a heifer replacement from birth to slaughter. So we really need to think better about the data and think about the consequences of losses at the farm level, whether it's because of inefficiency in feeding, breeding, management, or simply animal health. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we do have a lot of knowledge gaps and not always a lot of knowledge to fill them. I've been given the option of going back over some of my previous slides, but honestly, I've talked you through them. So unless you particularly want to see a picture of a Jersey cow, for example, and there's a Jersey cow on this slide right now, I'm not going to go back over them. Save to say, if we could put up the last slide that I showed, because there will be a PDF of this presentation at the link that's on that last slide that was just up. A bit later on. I'll see if I can do it with my clicker. No, I can't. So if we could put the last slide up, which had a picture of Jersey cow. No. Oh, no, it's gone. There we go. That's the one. Perfect. You've got my email address there, and there will be a PDF of this presentation at that link there, bovediva.com presentation links. So if you'd like to look back over any of the slides that we missed, that would be great. And I'm very happy to answer any questions that anybody's got. I think we can take one question before we move on to the next presentation. So thank you very much for bearing with me, and I apologise for my lack of slides. Believe it or not, that is the first time I haven't had any slides for a very long time, so I'm quite glad it didn't all fall to pieces completely. And yes, thank you very much. Any questions anybody's got in the chat?
Thank you very much, Jude, for your presentation, and our sincere apologies with the problems that we had bringing your slides on. You did an excellent job to explain what we then can see when we can share the slides with the audience. Thanks a lot for coping with those technical issues. I can see there is a question from the audience, from Jamie. Is there an optimum annual herd turnover rate to minimize GHG intensity?
Oh, that's a really good question and a complicated question. And of course, it depends on the herd. I mean, that's the first one. There is no one size fits all. Here in the UK, we tend to have a lower herd turnover rate than in the US, for example, 25% or so versus 40% or so. But it's not quite as simple as that, because from a sort of perceived point of view, we would think the longer the cows are in the herd, the better, because then we don't need the heifer replacements. The heifers can instead go to beef, etc., etc., etc. And that is absolutely true. So it's generally better to keep a cow for 5 years versus 4, 8 years versus 7, 10 years versus 8, etc., etc. But then we have two factors coming into play, particularly at the lower ages at culling, where they're culled in the lactation actually makes a difference to their total productive life. So if they're culled relatively early in their third lactation, they will actually have a higher milk yield per day over their life than if they're culled later on. But also, it's not even a word. Also, the heifers coming into the herd to replace those cows should, if everything's being done right, have a higher genetic merit than the cows that they replace. So there's a balance between longevity for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and diverting more heifers into beef versus genetic merit. And if we had a really targeted system where we took a small proportion of our cows, bred them to very high genetic merit heifers to serve as those replacements, and kept everything else on beef semen for beef calves, we would have a more efficient overall system. And if we didn't lose those 20% of heifers that never make it into the herd in the first place, we'd be doing even better. The reason I'm still talking is that there is absolutely no exact answer. It will depend on the system. It depends on heifers going into beef. It depends on the genetic merit of your heifers coming in. And it depends what you're doing with your cattle, frankly. So I'm afraid, Jamie, no, I can't sit here and say, yes, 4 years or 12 years. It's entirely dependent on system. Save for, if you ask the consumer, I often hear that cows in the wild die at like 24 years old, so it should obviously be 24 years. From a consumer point of view, culling a cow that's not about to die, doesn't really sit with consumers. They can't see that there's an economic basis for an animal to die quite often if she's still producing. So from a consumer point of view, it would be as long as possible. But from a greenhouse gas point of view, there's no exact number, I'm afraid.
Okay, it's more complicated than we think, and maybe a next presentation after the break, Albert de Vries can shed some light on this topic. If we can narrow it down, what could be a good guidance on this topic? What I'm also thinking, I heard you say that we know too little about all these health aspects, all the data. What would we need to get going and to work from our end of health aspects?
Great question. Better data collection, better joined up apps that talk to each other. So your health app with your feed app, with your genetics app, et cetera, At the moment, the fact that we can have things on phones is brilliant, but they often don't talk to each other. They don't integrate with the data. And something that I know is a real bugbear of some of the vets that work on farm is accurate ways to describe illness, treatments, consequences, and deaths. Because if you look at the reasons for cows dying, you get a million different reasons, from she dropped dead to bad mastitis to E. coli to et cetera. So often on farm, you'll find 15 different terms to describe the same things. So we need a standardized, well, again, a tool to report exactly what happens on farm, what are the consequences, what are the productivity consequences, and then to link that up with up-to-date, current, accurate economic data. And then we can model, if need be, the greenhouse gas emissions. But in the absence of good data, I mean, if you're looking at prevalence data, it's really difficult just to find the prevalence of disease. And I'm willing to bet that if you asked everybody in the room for the cost of a case of mastitis, you would get everything from €1 to €2,500, depending who you ask. So we urgently need good data, benchmark data, and better data collection.
Now we know what to do. Are there further questions or comments, inputs to Jude? Also here in the room, if you have a question, then you can also pose it here without noting it down.
Yeah, maybe I can ask a question then.
Oh, yeah, of course you can.
And first of all, I just want to, I don't know if I'm on here.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I am. Good.
Yeah.
First of all, I think it was really great presentation, and I'm impressed how you managed without the slides in the start and how difficult that is. So really interesting to hear. And you talked a lot about all this with the knowledge gaps, and also that consumers, they want more information. I mean, we just want to know more. There should be more transparency. So maybe you could just reflect a little bit, like, how can we as a dairy sector communicate this better, and what do we lack in order to tell like the good story? If you have any thoughts on that, it would be interesting to hear.
So this is ironic because I have literally just talked at you for half an hour, half the time without even any pictures for you to look at the same time. So I've literally just bombarded you with me just going blah, 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 blah for half an hour. But we need to be more targeted. We need to be more simple. We need to answer people's questions without giving them a 3-hour lecture on whatever it is they've asked. And we've got to have open conversations. And it is difficult because we can always go onto farm and see something where a consumer will go, oh, I don't know what that means. Why are they doing that? That looks bad. That looks scary. That looks like the calf doesn't like it. We've got to be able to explain in a calm, transparent way. And I think I know it's been said over and over again, and I think it's probably Temple Grandin who said it, if you can't defend what you're doing on your farm, perhaps you shouldn't be doing whatever it is. And then I always think about, I've basically got 5 principles for it. And the first one is we've got to be open and we've got to share our values. And I'm sure you've heard this before, but, as a parent, as a person who loves milk, as a person who works with cows, as a person who likes to play rugby, very badly. this is why I care. This is why I understand the system. This is why I want to help you understand it. So that's the most important bit. And as a scientist, I know that I am tempted just to go, here's the data, blah, 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 without ever saying, this is why I should be trusted. This is why I'm credible. This is why I should be a voice that you should listen to. The second one is to be polite and personal about it. You know, we see too many people arguing on social media and face to face. You know, we should be the better industry. We shouldn't be the people who are starting the arguments. And sometimes we have to walk away and just say, you are a diehard activist. You are absolutely sure that milk is murder. You know, I am enjoying a really nice milky cup of coffee. We've obviously got nothing to talk about. We should just walk away, not forgetting that most of the population just want more information. They just want to overcome that guilt factor. They just want to know that they're making the right choices for their family, their friends, the planet, the animals, etc., etc. And we've just got to be better at doing it all the time. And lastly, it would be really nice, and this is a bit of a, you know, pie in the sky idea, but the activist groups are really good at getting famous people to sort of jump on the bandwagon. You know, Lewis Hamilton goes vegan and the whole world goes, oh, he's famous. He's gone vegan. That's great. And those of you based in the UK will have seen, and elsewhere as well, will have seen Jeremy Clarkson doing an awful lot for farming. And this is a man who was basically famous for driving fast cars and punching someone because they didn't bring him a burger or something. I mean, he didn't have the greatest press, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, but now he has done so much for farming, just being a famous person on TV, honestly crying over his sheep, saying, I don't make a profit, you know, all of these things. We need more truth. We need more transparency. And dare I say it, we need some famous people on board to spread the message, because all of us can go on Twitter and Instagram, and that's great, but we need the famous people from somewhere. And it was really nice a couple of years ago to see a lot of the international rugby players drinking pints of milk for February, for example. We need those famous people who other people look up to promote our industry as well.
That sounds like a very, very interesting topic to pursue and to see who could be a good advocate for the dairy sector, and in return also have that transparency and explain how it exactly is what we are doing. In the meantime, there came another question. Fantastic presentation, Dr. Cupper. How much efficiency do you think can be gained through genetic improvement? And it's Christine Wells posing that question because she will later talk about the potential. But what do you think? Not only in terms of improving longevity, health and fertility traits, but also in terms of methane emissions and feed efficiency.
Great question. So I'm going to address the methane and feed efficiency bit first, because it's just top of my brain. And we know that there is huge variation in feed efficiency, not just within breed, but between breed as well. So we've got massive opportunities there. Anecdotally, I was shown some data from a beef animal, this was about 10 years ago now, which had a feed efficiency of about 3.5 kilos of feed per kilo of gain, which seems insane. Honestly, I really questioned that data, but we do have a wide range. So there's a massive gains through breeding for better feed efficiency and lower methane emissions before anything else. If we look at the gains made in the US industry over time, for example, about 2/3 of that appears to be through genetics, albeit with a focus up until relatively recently on yield as opposed to a more holistic sort of health, welfare, conformation, etc. That focus has broadened in the last 5 or so years, which is really good to see. So, I mean, it does seem that a high proportion of the gains that we see, particularly in the more developed dairy industry, are going to come from genetics. But again, to go back to the US, the world record cow in the US, and I can't quote the exact numbers, but she was producing something like 30,000 kilos of milk per year, which is astounding. I mean, completely massive. And to sort of use the consumer activist verbiage, This wasn't a housed cow being like milked 5 times a day with the use of, RBST and lots of corn and lots of soy and lots of hormones and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This was just a normal cow who was exceptional in a herd in Wisconsin. So given that that cow exists, that implies that there's also the potential for lots of other cows to be performing far, far, far better than they are at the moment. So I think we've got huge opportunities. We've just got to realize those gains.
It looks a little bit to me that we need to be better in managing these cows to really unleash that potential. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for your talk and for the questions. And then I would like to go and introduce our next speaker, and that will be Mette Olaf Nielsen, and she's actually present in the room. Thank you so much, Jude. We will hang on with you later. Mette is actually professor in, now I don't want to mistake here. Let's see, I wrote it all down.
That's fine, I can't remember myself.
You can't remember yourself, but I can. Professor in ruminant production and lactation physiology at the Department of Animal Science in Aarhus University. And she's also affiliated professor at Universidad Central de las Villas y Cuba.
Yes.
Yes. So a very large expertise as a nutritional physiologist, and she is devoted to investigate how can we reduce methane emissions from ruminant livestock through the development of anti-methanogenic feed additives. And now we are, of course, very curious to hear what we can achieve with that. So please go ahead and explain what we should do in that area.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if I get my slides to see. Otherwise, I will just support my talk by my own computer so that I can see them for myself and know what it was that I meant. But yeah, there they are. Do you also have some of those things that I can?
Yes, we have.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the green one, I suppose. Yeah. So everyone in this room would know that we have an obligation to try to reduce climate impact of human activities in this world. And in Denmark in 2020, a climate law was passed that commits Denmark to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 70% in 2030. And the two big industrial players in agriculture here in Denmark, in livestock production, Arla and Danish Crown, they have followed up on this obligation and committed themselves to produce and deliver net climate neutral milk and meat by 2050. When we then look at the list of contributors to greenhouse gas emissions from Danish agriculture, we unfortunately find enteric methane emission from cattle as the #1 contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and it actually accounts for 38% of the total emissions from Danish agriculture. And enteric methane emission, I suppose everyone knows, it is something that is derived from the fermentation of feed in the forestomachs of the animals. With the presently available technologies to try to manipulate or somehow reduce this methane emission from cattle, it is hard to see how we can get beyond something like 20% reduction compared to what we have today. And this obviously means that the future of the cattle sector is seriously threatened, not only in Denmark or in the EU, but as such all over the place. So the first question to answer, or to ask when you want to try to do something about this, is why do cows produce methane? And the immediate answer to that question is actually they do not. Because it is so that when cows are, when cows are ingesting plant material, it will go into the forestomachs, of which the rumen is the larger one. And in these forestomachs, we have huge amounts of bacteria. And those bacteria, they help the cow to digest and ferment the feed. And this is actually a very good thing, because this also allows the cow, this synergy with bacteria in the rumen allows the cow to utilize biomasses that would be completely indigestible to monogastric individuals like ourselves. As an end product, one of many, but as one of the end products from this fermentation, we have two gases produced, hydrogen and carbon dioxide. And unfortunately, in addition to bacteria in the forestomachs, these forestomachs also house a completely other domain of microorganisms called archaea, and they produce methane from hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Archaea are not bacteria, they're not plants, they're not animals, they're completely domain of organisms to themselves. And this is actually a good thing because it also means that they have different characteristics as compared to any other organism. So on a daily basis, a dairy cow here in Denmark would produce somewhere between 600 and 700 liters of methane per day. Actually, that's quite a lot. So the overall reaction, chemical reaction for methane formation is quite simple then. So we have carbon dioxide, we have hydrogen, and we have this that is then transformed into this methane. If the cow only emitted carbon dioxide, she would in fact be carbon neutral because she could never emit more carbon dioxide as compared to the amount of carbon dioxide that the plants she feed on originally captured from the atmosphere. So it would be very nice if we could get her just to emit the carbon dioxide and not have this transformation of carbon dioxide and hydrogen into methane. So what determines, or why is this methane a specific problem? Well, that is a problem obviously because methane has a global warming potential 25 times that of carbon dioxide. If it was not like that, it would not be that much of a problem. So the limiting factor in this production of methane within the rumen is the production of hydrogen. And hydrogen is formed by fermentation of these different products or feedstuffs that the animal ingests. And particularly when we have diets high in fiber and high in sugar, we have special fermentation patterns where hydrogen is being produced. And there are also production of certain short-chain fatty acids called acetate and butyrate. If we feed the cow starch, then it's a different kind of fermentation process that actually consumes hydrogen, and then we have a production of another short-chain fatty acid called propionate. The enzymatic process itself, whereby these two gases are converted into methane, is an enzymatic process that is undertaken by those methanogens, the archaea, and they are the only organisms in the rumen capable of producing methane. So having this knowledge, what can we then do at the cow level to try to reduce the methane emission? Well, we could try to change the diet composition in such a way that we are not getting the hydrogen produced, but rather have a stimulate fermentation process that consume hydrogen. And we could also try to add to diets certain hydrogen drains that would remove the hydrogen away so that it's not converted into methane. We could also try to block this enzymatic process by targeting the enzymes or persuading the archaea to go elsewhere so that we don't have this production of methane. So this is what I'm going to talk about right now. What instruments do we then have available at this moment to try to reduce methane from our cows at the cow level? Well, the two only instruments available really that are somewhat efficient is changing the dietary composition. And we also have the possibility, it's legal, to add nitrate to the diet. I'll come back to that. So, it has been known for a long time that if we try to change the diets in a way so that we have more starch in our diets compared to fiber, this could be done by substituting grass silage in diets for maize silage, then it is possible on average to sort of reduce methane emission by some 5%. And you could increase it more or less depending on whether you have late cut grass or early cut grass, but overall in the season you will have both and they would have to be utilize both of them. We know that that reduces methane, hydrogen formation, and that is the reason why we have a reduction in methane. We could also add fat to diets, and it has some effects. So it has been seen both on early cut grass silages, late cut grass silages, and on maize silages that if you add fat, you will be able to achieve some 5% reduction under our production systems here in Denmark in methane emission. And the reason for that is because fat directly inhibits the archaea, clusters or glues onto the membranes, whatever, so the archaea just don't like this fat. Obviously, there's a limitation as to how much fat we can include in the diet without disrupting the whole rumen fermentation because the bacteria don't like the fat either. So anyhow, this kind of limited how far we can go by these kind of approaches. Substituting grass silage for maize silage to try to reduce methane emission from the cows, then would be one strategy that one could adopt right now. But there we have to remember the whole chain. I'm not an expert in what goes on in the field when you grow the things, but there have been others that have been trying to estimate what would the consequences in the whole chain from the production of the silage to the production of the milk, which consequences would it have to make such a shift away from grass-based rations towards maize-based rations. And it's true, the yellow box here, which is the methane emission from the cow, would be reduced if we include maize instead of grass silage in our rations. We would get less methane from the cow, which is good. But we would get a huge extra contribution in this gray box, which is carbon sequestration in the soil. And this means that such a shift would actually, on a net production basis, result in more or less 16% more greenhouse gas formation altogether. So this is not the right way to go. I mentioned that nitrate is actually legal to add to the diets of cows here in Denmark and in the EU. And nitrate is considered at the moment as one of the strategies that could be used, an additive to the feed that could be used to try to reduce methane formation from the cattle. And the reason why nitrate has or could be used in this respect is because nitrate, when it gets into the rumen, then there are rumen bacteria that converts the nitrate into ammonia. And these are processes, different steps, that all consume quite large amounts of hydrogen. In this conversion, when we have the ammonia as the end product, then the ammonia can be utilized by microbial bacteria to synthesize protein. And this protein can actually be absorbed, utilized by the cow to support milk production. So it could be considered kind of a win-win situation. You reduce the methane, you get a protein supply to the cow, which doesn't come from actual protein competing with humans. And feeding trials here in Denmark have shown that if we add different or increasing concentrations of nitrate in the diets, it is possible to achieve reductions in methane production in liter per kilogram of dry matter ingested by the cow of up to 23% in amounts that is feasible to utilize, could be feasible to utilize under practical conditions. So that is actually quite a nice, large reduction. But there are three catches to the use of this methane, this nitrate. First of all, it's not only ammonia that gets formed in the rumen, but we can also have an increased production of nitric oxide. And that is something we definitely don't want to have, because nitric oxide is an extremely potent greenhouse gas. It's 256 times as potent as carbon dioxide and actually 10 times as potent then as methane itself. It has been seen that when, at the highest inclusion levels of nitrate in this trial, that there was an increased production of this nitric oxide. It didn't counteract the beneficial effect in the decrease of methane, but even so, it works in the wrong direction. Another catch to the use of nitrate is that in the process where nitrate is reduced to ammonia, we have an intermediate formed, which is nitrite. And nitrite can be absorbed, and when it gets absorbed into the blood, it can associate it with the hemoglobin that we have in our red blood cells. And then we have meat hemoglobin formed, which has a reduced oxygen carrying capacity in the blood. So that's not so healthy. It will reduce oxygen transport and delivery to our various tissues, both in the cow and obviously also in the milk, if in the humans, if this was transferred into the milk. In the study, however, it was seen that even at the highest concentration of nitrate in the diet, only small increments were observed in meat hemoglobin in the cows, and they were nowhere near the clinical levels that are, or the levels that are considered as clinically critical. So this is probably not one of the arguments that would prevent the use of nitrate. The other thing is also that we could have an increased excretion or risk of excretion of nitrate itself into milk if it's being absorbed in the cow. And again, it was observed that when the cows were fed increasing amounts of nitrate, yes, there was an increase in the nitrate concentration in the milk. Actually, it was more than 10-fold higher on the highest dose of nitrate, but still very much lower than levels that sometimes can be observed in drinking water. So, The real issue, I think, with nitrate, and that's my own issue, is whether it is ever going to be accepted by consumers. We, as consumers, have heard for decades about nitrate leaching into our groundwaters, and that nitrate is something that's not very nice. And so I think that consumer acceptance here is going to be a major issue. That remains to be seen. So these are actually the instruments that we have at hand right now. So the next question is, what do we see in the horizon? And as I see it, as a nutritionist with cows, if we are going to do something dramatic in a short round that really can reduce methane, anti-methanogenic feed additives is the way forward. The most promising immediate candidate, and I don't have any shares or any interest in DSM as such, but that is Bovaer, the product that is being produced by the Dutch company DSM. And there have been many trials carried out with cows in different parts of the world that show consistently that this Bovaer is capable of inducing massive depressions in methane emission from cattle. This is the trial that was a trial that was done where they tested 2 different doses of Bovaer given to dairy cows and dairy cows on different diets, and it was seen that they could reduce methane emission in between anything from 27 up to over 40%. It's dose dependent, so the higher the dose, the greater the reduction, but it was also seen that the basal diet that you feed to the cow has an impact on the reduction potential of the Bovaer, and it seems that the more corn silage you have in your diet as compared to grass silage, the more efficiently it works. Under Danish condition, it seems that we will be able to achieve, it has been seen in different feeding trials that have been conducted here in Denmark, that it would be possible to achieve something around 25% reduction in our systems. And that is, that's quite substantial. Another thing that has been attracting interest in many different places of the world is a specific red tropical macroalgae called Asparagus. These were trials that were conducted in the beginning in Australia when they found out that cattle that were grazing in the wintertime or whenever it was in certain areas where there were algae flushing up on the beach, that those animals just didn't emit any methane. And this algae has been fed to steers, to sheep, where it virtually knocked out methane altogether. But this trial here that I show data from here is a trial with dairy cows. And dairy cows are just a little bit more sensitive than beef animals. They have a higher feed intake. The rumen balance is more sort of balancing on a knife's edge. And they are always a little bit more sensitive to whatever you add into the diets as compared to beef animals. But nevertheless, this was a trial where they gave 0.5% or 1% of dietary dry matter in the form of this Asparagus red tropical algae. And they also achieved massive reductions, 27 up to 60% reduction in methane emission from these animals. On the highest level, however, they also saw that dry matter intake in these cows was negatively affected and was actually suppressed by 38%, and the milk yield by another 12%. In the milk, they measured this compound called bromoform. It is one of many halomethanes, compounds that look like methanes, but where bromine and chlorine has been substituting some of the hydrogens in the methane. And bromoform is a predominant halomethane, and they saw that there were small increments, nothing serious. But still, these halomethanes, they are ozone degrading. Some of them have also been found to be carcinogenic. And I think it's a serious question whether this can be approved for use in the EU. Time will have to show. There was a recent Dutch study conducted where dairy cows were fed this Asparagus over a longer period of time, and they observed that there were changes also in the rumen epithelial layer that was not terribly nice. They did feed higher concentrations of the Asparagus in this trial as compared to this dairy trial over here, but still, will this be something that can be approved for use as a feed additive in Europe? I don't know. That's also something we have to see. There's no doubt that algae produce things that help them to prevent or protect themselves against whatever is there surrounding them in the water. So we have tried to see if we could find macroalgae that can be cultivated in our waters. Oh, sorry, how do I get back? yeah, there, in our waters, Nordic macroalgae. And the first thing we did with over 20 different Nordic macroalgae species was to see, do we find these same halomethanes in those algae? In the Asparagus, we see huge amounts of peaks in a certain kind of chemical analysis, metabolomics analysis it's called. And we see all these peaks representing bromoform, dibromo, nitromethane, and whatever kind of brominated and chlorinated compound. We did not see any of those in these Nordic macroalgae species except for an internal standard that had nothing to do with the algae itself. So we have done trials up until now where we, in an in vitro system that simulates what goes on within the rumen of the cow, we have tried to screen all these different algae to see are there any of those that would also inhibit methane emission. And in our trials, we have seen consistently that this Asparagus, as expected, knocks out the methane. We have not found any Nordic macroalgae species that come even close to Asparagus, but we have found some that are quite efficient. And they must obviously have other bioactives that are capable of reducing this methane. And those bioactives, we would very much like to know what are. And this is what we are working with right now to try to identify these bioactives and see, is this something that could be developed into safer feed additives in the future. We are also working with a compound called X. I cannot disclose the name, I'm afraid. We have, for the first time ever in this world, we have run a trial with dairy cows that have been fed with this compound X, and we have also in those trials found that this compound is capable of reducing methane very dramatically, so it's a potent anti-methanogenic compound. In different doses that we fed to cows, we obtained up to 65% reduction, and at a lower dose, 53% reduction. But as is the case with many of these anti-methanogens that we feed to cows, even also with the DSM product sometimes in some trials, we see that the more reduction in methane we get, the larger the reduction also in milk yield. It may improve feed efficiency. We don't know that, all those different things, because feed intake is never reduced to the same extent as the milk production. So that could be something interesting to look into as well. So to sum up, if we are going to solve the methane problem at a cow level or contribute to find solutions to the methane problem at the cow level, we need to focus on the ball. The ball is the methanogens. It's not the cow, because it's not the cow that produces the methane, and I think that's something very important to communicate to people as well. The archaea live in the rumen. It's still something outside of the cow. They are kind of neighbors to the cow, and they are there because they can. They don't do any particular good things to the cow, and the cow, in effect, doesn't really need them. So but it's these archaea that are responsible for the conversion of carbon dioxide and hydrogen into methane. And in my mind, those feed additives at the cow level, that is the most promising and perhaps the only promising way for really drastic reductions within a limited time frame. I've already said that Bovaer is the one that is emerging on the horizon right now, and everyone expects it to be released on the market within the next 1 to 2 years. So if we have it look a little bit ahead, time horizon of 1 to 2 years, it's very likely that we will have an instrument at hand that will allow us overnight to reduce methane emission by some 25, perhaps up to 30%. That's a very, very comforting thing for the dairy industry, I think. If we are looking a little further ahead, we have macroalgae that are also very interesting, particularly if we can find some that have safer bioactives than those halomethanes. We have this compound X that I also believe in, and then we have the less efficient fat. Fat is not a very efficient instrument, but can work a little bit. And then we have nitrate, where I think that it may be more difficult to convince perhaps the consumers, I don't know, to take that in as an instrument as compared to some of the other things. So if we look a little further ahead, 10 years of time horizon, I don't think it's unrealistic that we will be able to achieve 40 to 50% reduction in methane emission from individual cows. So one thing is that we can develop solutions. Another thing is whether it makes sense. We could just kill all the cows and the methane problem would be solved once and for all very efficiently right away. So why do we want to, does it make sense to make solutions? And that is obviously a question that I can, with great conviction, answer with a yes. Ruminants deliver societal services that are extremely valuable in a circular bioeconomy. It's the only animal at all, it's insects, from insects to whatever other animal. Ruminants are the only animals capable of converting human indigestible biomass into high-quality protein foods. There will always be food residues in any kind of a food industry. There will always be residues that have no use in the nutrition of monogastric animals, and cows can utilize those to produce high-quality protein foods. So why not use this ability before we put the end product into some kind of a biogas digester? We could use the cow, who's also a biogas digester, to make the food first, then take the manure and put that into the biogas digester later on. Another important trait is that they contribute to biodiversity through grazing, and having dairy cattle in the agricultural system also ensures that we will have a high proportion of grass in our crop rotation. And we know that grass is important to maintain soil fertility, and it's extremely important in terms of carbon sequestration. And finally, we have in Denmark, and I'm sure other places as well, a lot of areas being taken out by law now from agricultural production. All of those natural areas need to be managed, and it's a huge economical task if we are not employing ruminants in that, for that job. And finally, they are also important in terms of creating job and income opportunities in areas with poor alternatives for jobs and crop protection, not least, or crop production, not least in developing countries. And that was it.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and a very good call what we need to do.
Yes.
So let's check if there are questions. Please, if you have questions, put them into the system. I have a question. What do you think from those substances that you mentioned? Which is the most promising, or should we work with all three of them, or what is your favorite, or what?
Well, obviously DSM has worked a lot with Bovaer, and it has been tested in Denmark that it works on cows. So it's always worthwhile to continue working with something to see if something can be fine. Other aspects or improved utilization could be achieved. I think it's very important to work on different kinds of targets, different substances. For instance, neither nitrate nor Bovaer will probably be approved for use in organic farming. The macroalgae could play a specific role there because they are natural ingredients, and it's actually already allowed to use algae in the feeding of cows. The problem with algae, they have potentially these anti-methanogenic bioactives, but there are other problems with some of the algae species because some of them also have very high contents of iodine and arsine, cadmium, lead, different kinds of heavy metals. And there has to be a lot of additional processing techniques developed to try to remove unwanted compounds out of these algae, or to be able to extract specifically the bioactives from those. So I think that it's important to continue to work with something that potentially could be a solution for organic farms. And I also think it's important to work with different kinds of targets that do slightly different things. We don't know how probable it is whether these archaea can change their sensitivity over a long period of time towards the targets. As far as we have seen now from the studies being carried out with Bovaer, it doesn't seem as if there's a huge adaptability to that, or ability to find other ways of producing methane, even in the presence of this inhibitor. But we don't know if this is something that could happen over a longer time scale. So we need different targets that can do different things in slightly different ways. And we also need to see individual targets. Can they produce 25% reduction or induce 25% reductions? But could we obtain synergies by combining different targets in different ways? So that is something I
It's a lot to do, yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. And I think you partly answered, or you did answer. Laura writes, thank you for the very interesting presentation. What do you think about consumer acceptance regarding Bovaer? That's exactly what you're talking about, considering that it is more on an artificial approach versus flax seeds, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly that issue.
The Bovaer thing, it's true. Bovaer is a product that is artificial. It would be nice to find some organism in nature that actually produces this to convince someone that it is a natural product. But until now, it has not been possible to find this in nature. This is obviously something which to many consumers would create great concern. However, if it can be communicated to consumers that when this Bovaer product is being fed to cows, it gets split in the rumen into compounds that are normally there and made by the bacteria, then maybe it will be easier relatively easier to obtain consumer acceptance for Bovaer relative to nitrate, is my personal belief.
But it's an important aspect then that we consider that.
Yeah, extremely important aspect.
So, another question coming in. Brilliant presentation from Thierry. Apart from additives, can we act to reduce the presence of archaea in the rumen? Competition, parasitism, and so on.
That's also a nice question. That's also something we are looking into in a new project that we have started. We are trying to see if there are different probiotic approaches. Could we employ certain bacteria that would cluster around the archaea or like to eat the archaea? Could we even find specific viruses? Viruses are specific, so could we find viruses that exclusively attack these archaea and get them to work if we add them in the diet to the cow? So that is another strategy. As yet, it has been shown that there are certain lactobacilli that seems to in vitro system. It's only been done things like this in vitro. It has been seen that there are certain lactobacilli that seems to be able to suppress methane emissions slightly. That would be very, very nice if we could find some of those actually targeting the archaea, because everybody likes lactobacilli. It's cultivated yogurt. We get special pills if we've got diarrhea. So lactobacilli would be incredibly easy to get into the production system if we could find something there. So there are many different research lines. They are just not as advanced as the ones I've shown just here.
Okay, again, a lot of things to do and a lot of potentials. And I take the last questions. If you have more questions, there will be a discussion after the next presentation, so save all your questions and write them down. But here's one from Kaula. I hope I pronounced it somehow correctly. Thanks for the presentation. What do you think about cow wearable masks to capture methane?
Cow what?
Cow wearable masks to capture methane, to put something on a cow to capture the methane. Is it considered promising techniques to capture methane, and would it be more acceptable from a consumer perspective than the artificial additives that will modify rumen function?
Well, putting masks on cows to capture methane, then I don't believe in that, because first of all, it would be difficult to get this to work if they are also going to be continuing eating, and they need to eat to produce milk. So I don't think that's a viable strategy. It could be a viable strategy perhaps to create some kind of suction mechanisms if you could find biofilters that were capable of oxidizing the methane. There are also other people within the construction, building things, ventilation system people that are working on this aspect, because it wouldn't really be a problem that the cow produced the methane if we could just capture it and make it go away. So oxidizing the methane, if we could capture everything that is emitted from the cow within the barn and oxidize it and turn it into carbon dioxide, then this problem would be solved as well. The problem with the methane is that that the concentration in the air within the barn is so low, and that it's a very inert molecule. It doesn't like to react with anything. It's not ionized, so it's not like ammonia where you can bind it to some kind of a membrane. So, but there are people working to see if it's possible to create some kind of biofilters or electrocatalysis of this to burn it off, and that would be nice. So I believe more in actually wrapping something around the whole barn rather than putting something on the mouth of the cow.
very interesting approach.
Yeah.
Maybe we can discuss later on what we believe is the most or the best way forward, or maybe a diverse approach with several methods. Thank you once again for your very nice presentation, and we have a very nice cow for you.
Ah, Mathilde.
And please, Mathilde, please stay tuned for the discussion.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as you may have noticed, we had a bit of a trouble with the slides in the first presentation, and we also had a problem getting one of our speakers hooked into our system, so that Tim Serchinger cannot join us here today. But we continue with our next speaker.
Yes, and I'm really happy to present our next speaker, who is Ken Mccarthy. And Ken has a background in animal science and in industry with a production management option. And in 2005, he returned to his family farm located in Rexford in Kansas. And he's now there and responsible for animal welfare, compliance to third-party certifications, sustainability initiatives, and public relations, along with helping manage the Rexford dairy. So I hope he will appear here soon together with his presentation.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, you're on. Perfect.
I'm on. Great. Thank you. So hello, as was mentioned, my name is Ken Mccarthy from McCarthy Family Farms and MVP Dairy. I'm a fourth generation family dairyman, originally from the East Coast of the United States. I grew up on a relatively small farm, milking approximately 150 cows. In the early 90s, my family made the decision to move halfway across the United States to provide some opportunities for my brothers and I to come back to the family farm. And since we've made that move, we've been on a relatively steady growth trajectory for our family's business. Today, in the central part of the United States, we milk approximately 9,000 cows on 4 different farms. And our most recent expansion happened in Ohio, where we began a partnership farm at MVP Dairy, a partnership with another fourth generation family farm. And if we could go to the next slide, that'd be great. So this is some imagery of that farm. It's a rather large farm, milking approximately 3,900 cows 3 times a day. We do deploy a great deal of DeLaval technology. All of our cows are milked on this farm on an 80-stall DeLaval rotary parlor. Our farming partners there farm approximately 2,000 hectares of ground. We have deployed some robotic technology on that parlor, at this point specifically on the post-dip side of the rotary, but we also utilize what's called the DelPro system, basically a cow-specific daily activity monitoring system that monitors activity of the cow, rumination, milk flow, components, that sort of thing on a milking by milking cow-specific point of view, which allows us to manage only the cows that need to be managed. In terms of sensory enrichment, environmental enrichment for the cows, we've deployed DeLaval grooming brushes across every single pen on that farm. And one unique thing about our dairy, all of our farms, in fact, is that we direct ship all of our milk here at MVP in raw milk fashion to Deneau, North America. In the West, that milk is shipped to Dannon either in condensed skim milk form or pasteurized heavy cream. Next slide, please. So I've been asked to speak to you about how we define sustainability. And we try to take a very broad approach to how we define sustainability, and we try to encapsulate or incorporate every stakeholder into our sustainability conversation. So our goal with sustainability is ultimately to have a positive impact on every stakeholder that our farms directly or indirectly touch. So everything that we do on our farm begins with an acre or a hectare of soil. So it takes, with farms of our scale, a great deal of acres to feed our cows. Some of those acres we have direct control over because we own them. And some of those acres we have a direct impact on because of a close relationship with a farmer. But other acres we have no visibility to beyond the broker of the feed. So impacting that cropping strategy has to take on a very diverse range of actions. On our own ground, obviously, we're incorporating things like the deployment of cover crops, minimum tillage or no tillage, water technology to be more water conservative, variable rate seeding, variable rate nutrient management plans, everything that we can do to be more efficient with the utilization of all of our inputs, and ideally to drive higher crop outputs or higher nutrient densities per acre. As it comes to the acres that we have a direct impact on, our strategies there are to capture data from our farmer partners and the growers that provide feed for our farms. It's to bring and demonstrate new technologies to them, to have conversations about different crop hybrids that potentially could enhance their growing practices or the productivity of our farms. And when it comes to the acres that we have no visibility to, that we work with via broker, our strategies there are simply to ask the question. It's been shocking to us as we've embarked on this journey of sustainability, how shocked different stakeholders are when we ask questions about their sustainability practices. So I believe that there's a great deal of opportunity available within the ag industry in general to just simply have a bigger conversation about sustainability. As we've asked these companies about their sustainability practices, we've had a very positive response in that a variety of companies have simply said, well, we don't do that now, but if that's something that's important to you, we can certainly do that. So I think there's an opportunity for those of us involved in agriculture to have a different conversation, engage different stakeholders in those conversations, and drive real positive change. Obviously, those crops have to go somewhere, and we can't enjoy yogurt or milk or cheese or butter without the cow. So we take a great deal of efforts to try to enhance the livelihood of that cow, the experience every day of that cow, and the productivity of that cow, to thus drive down her environmental impact and increase her productivity. As we have worked through a variety of different third-party LCAs or off-the-shelf environmental assessment tools, what we have come to find is that the single largest impact that we can have on our environmental impact is to increase the per cow per day productivity. Obviously, that helps the economics of our farm, which I can be the greenest dairy in the world, but if I go broke doing it, all of that's for nothing. So I have to have an economically viable model. And I can help better achieve that economically viable model by having a highly productive, very healthy dairy cow. So how do we try to impact the sustainability of that cow? Every cow on our farm is genetically tested at birth, and we retain only the best genetics in our herd. And we're constantly striving and working with our genetic partners to advance at a more rapid pace the genetic progress of our cows. We undergo a great deal of third-party audits to verify that our cows are being treated humanely and that we're taking all steps possible to try to enhance and improve the welfare of our cattle. We work with third-party independent nutritionists to build diets specific to meet the needs of those cows wherever they may be in their lactation. And we're also working with different groups, some of which are, I believe, present in the room today, with Group Danone and their Farming for Generations platform, to look at other ways that we can enhance the livelihood of that cow, whether it be through some of the feed products that were just mentioned in the previous presentation, different seaweeds or 3-NOP or products like that, some of which are not readily available or even legally available in the United States. But we're trying to work through different ways that we can impact the productivity and the overall environmental impact of that animal. We believe that that leads to, obviously, a better cup of yogurt. In our world, it's yogurt. So we believe that a healthier soil and a healthier and happier cow leads to a better cup of yogurt through improved milk quality, through reduced environmental impact per unit of goods sold to the consumer, And ultimately, that benefits our community. We believe that our sustainability is a holistic circular model that we can't be truly sustainable and we can't be a truly viable business unit or industry without considering the impact that our business and our farms have on every single one of those stakeholders in that circle. And those four stakeholders that I mentioned there are just broad stakeholder groups. Obviously, there's a variety of other stakeholders that our farms interact with, but those are the four key pillars that we try to focus our farms on. Next slide, please. So we believe that we can't just make efforts in sustainability. We have to be able to quantify what our efforts are and what those outcomes are. So obviously some of that quantification comes simply through the fact that it's happening. Improving the welfare of our cows through environmental enrichment, through the utilization of or the deployment of de-leval brushes, that's an easy thing to quantify by just simply taking a picture of it. The same goes with cover crops or the spreading of dried manure solids on our fields. So those things just happen, and we talk about those things in our social media platforms. We communicate them with our third-party audits that verify our environmental impact. And that's ultimately the biggest and most important step that we believe that we can take, is encapsulating everything that we do on our farm, whether that be energy usage, nutrient flows, milk output, fossil fuel consumption, the consumption of feed and where that feed comes from. What are the in-field practices that happen on our farms? Are there cover crops deployed, minimum till or no-till, nutrient management plans, the quantities of created fertilizers or synthetic fertilizers, pesticide, herbicide, fungicide use. All of those things, all of those KPIs and data points are reported to an independent group called Sustainable Environmental Practices and plugged into their Eco Practices platform. And on an annual basis, we receive, in essence, a real-time environmental impact assessment that quantifies our water use, our carbon footprint, our CO2 equivalent, the amount of soil that we've sequestered or saved from erosion, a variety of different KPIs that we feel are important to our journey of sustainability. But then those are also translated into what we hope are more easily understood data sets that perhaps our customer might be able to more easily understand them. Their customers might be able to more easily understand those. And most importantly, the consumer can better understand what the impact of our on-farm efforts, what they actually are. And then we also use some additional environmental impact bodies like the Cool Farm tool to also assess our environmental impact. Next slide, please. And then, beyond that, we bring in some additional third-party groups that verify everything else we do. So we're proud to announce that all of our farms are some of the only farms in the world to become B Corp certified. We took our lead from our customer, Danone North America, to begin that B Corp journey. And the B Corp certification is one of the most stringent social and environmental audits that's possible to go through. And most recently, we've been nominated or verified as best in class or best for the world for our environmental practices. We're the only dairies in the world to be Dairy Care certified through Validus, which is an independent ISO certified third-party animal welfare auditing body. We also participate in what's called the FARM program, which those of us in the United States would be familiar with that. It's an industry-wide, very prevalent animal welfare audit. We participate in the non-GMO project verification because all of our farms are non-GMO project verified. And then we work with the U.S. Holstein Association to basically verify the lineage and the genetics of our cattle. So on top of the fact that we try to walk the walk by deploying these practices across our farms and working with our supply chain stakeholders to enhance and green our supply chain. We take a great deal of lengths to try and quantify all of those efforts and quantify the impacts of those efforts. And then we open our doors to anybody basically that we can open our doors to come in and verify that what we say we're doing, the reports that we're putting out are actually true, real, and happening. Next slide, please. So obviously sustainability is a never-ending journey. And where do we want to go next? So obviously, as I mentioned before, the biggest impact that we can have on our environmental impact is by enhancing the productivity of our cows. So, and that the enhancement of that productivity of the cow has ramifications beyond simply just reducing her environmental impact. It obviously makes me more cost competitive with the market, which gives me the freedom to operate and provide what I view as a sustainable business model for the next generation. So our efforts are always to try to find ways to reduce our milk price volatility. And the biggest component of that journey is ultimately our relationship with Danone North America. We're involved in a direct supply cost plus model that guarantees me a predictable profit margin, which is right in line with ultimately the 10-year profit margin average for the U.S. dairy industry. But as opposed to dealing with market volatilities and making knee-jerk reactions to how we manage our farms and our relationships with our stakeholders, we're able to make consistent reinvestments and consistent efforts because our profitability is consistent. So as we have seen throughout the years, when we started our model with Danone North America, our farms average approximately 70 pounds per cow per day. And forgive me, I don't know the conversion to the metric system off the top of my head, but today our farms average close to 100 pounds per cow per day. So a sizable improvement in our per cow per day productivity. And we believe a great deal of that is due to the fact that we're able to consistently manage our farms because our milk pricing is extremely consistent. But as it pertains to the more technical metrics within the sustainability journey, we have goals of becoming climate neutral, of reducing our dependence or our utilization on antibiotics, and ultimately being good stewards in terms of global antibiotic use. We take efforts on our farms today to try to enhance that. And all of that ties back into the sustainability journey because the least environmentally beneficial cow that I have on my farm is the cow that is broken. So I need to always try to prevent that broken cow. And typically when I have a broken cow, I have to have some sort of antibiotic intervention. But, you know, most of this is a lot of this is going to be able to be achieved through the enhancement of healthier soils. And that's going to depend on the deployment of regenerative ag practices. So we work closely with our farmer partners, with our crop consultants, and with independent consultants to persistently pursue ways in which we can deploy more regenerative ag practices. Through efforts with our crop consultants and with our partners at Danone North America, we're looking at ways in which we can reduce herbicide use, reduce insecticide use, increase biodiversity through the deployment of cover crops and utilizing things like acres that perhaps might be very low profitability acres and converting them to pollinator habitat and a variety of items like that. So again, as I mentioned before, our vision of sustainability is not reliant upon a singular silo within our farms. We believe that for all of us to be viable within the ag industry, we need to try to be positively impactful on every stakeholder that our farms can touch. And what I think is powerful about that is it gives every farmer in the world the ability to make a positive step today. We don't have to rely on a life cycle assessment to try to have a positive impact on sustainability. It is my personal belief that when we narrow our focus of sustainability to solely things like our carbon footprint, it becomes a roadblock to taking positive action. Every farm, every stakeholder along that supply chain can make a positive difference towards sustainability if we broaden our view of sustainability. We as MVP Dairy and as Mccarthy Family Farms, we have tried to take a more quantified and measured approach to that, one that has empirical metrics that we can share with all of our stakeholders and our customer and the general public. But I don't believe that that is a necessary step for anyone involved in agriculture to feel that they have to have that before they can make efforts in sustainability. A broad view of sustainability enables our farms and our farmer partners to be able to make positive impacts where they're comfortable, where they have availability and possibility, and ultimately where they have financial capabilities to. So that's our view. Next slide. And ultimately, I look forward to taking any questions you may or may not have.
Thank you so much, Ken. It was a really interesting presentation, and it's also always really interesting to hear people working in the primary production and hear about what is really going on the farm. And if there's any questions, please put them in chat. And otherwise, you're also welcome to ask here. Otherwise, I can have one question for Ken. I know sustainability is a really, really broad topic, and that's typically not a silver bullet how you should do it. But if you should give an advice to your neighbor or something, like what has helped you in your sustainability journey? If you can come up with one example.
Yeah, I can come up with a lot of examples, actually. But, you know, the biggest thing that I think has helped us has really been shifting our mindset away from focusing on one sole KPI of what sustainability is for us. Because sustainability is going to be different in every region of the world. You know, the challenges, for example, that I deal with regarding water at our MVP farm are vastly different than the challenges that I deal with regarding water in Kansas. In Kansas, I'm focused primarily on water conservation. At MVP in Ohio, I'm focused on water quality and surface water quality preservation. So I have to take two different paths to try to achieve sustainability regarding water, depending on where I'm at. So by not focusing solely on one KPI or focusing on solely one way of doing it, has really given us the freedom to operate and the freedom to be impactful in ways that we can be. And recognizing that every farm is going to be at a different place, economically speaking. Not every farm has a boatload of free cash to be able to go out and invest in a biodigester, for example. But you know, that doesn't mean that we can't make efforts in enhancing our sustainability. So that I think changing the mindset towards the approach of sustainability is critical there. But then also being open to engaging other stakeholders along that supply chain and asking them, what are you doing to enhance your sustainability, or what can we do together? And learning from other people has been one of the more powerful things that has helped us, in my view, enhance our sustainability. I like to think that I have all the answers, but you know, I'm pretty arrogant, but I'm not that arrogant. And the reality is that I need other people to help me understand what I don't know. And I need other people to help me accelerate the pace of progress on my farm.
Yeah. Thank you. And I guess that also shows the complexity we're standing in, like facing, trying to tell the story and so on and explaining, because as you say, sustainability is very, very broad and it's different depending on where you are in the world.
Right.
Again,
right.
Thank you very much. And,
thank you.
And we will now have a panel discussion. And first, of course, applause to Ken. And so if I could invite you, Matt, here. You're here physically today. It's a pleasure to meet some people 3D, but it's also, of course, a benefit to be able to have this online session, because then it's possible to have speakers from all around the world. But maybe if you stand on that side instead, so it's easier for me to see you all. Okay. And
Jude.
Yeah, where is Jude?
Where is Jude?
we're missing two, but we know that one is not coming. But hopefully Jude will be able to appear here at least. Yeah,
yes,
there she is. Good to see you again, Jude. Welcome back. Is it possible to have both Jude and Ken on the screen at the same time? That would be absolutely amazing.
Maybe not.
Should we wait some seconds, or should we start?
We can. I think we should start.
Yes. So again, here we have both. That's great to see you all at once here. We have some questions here from the participants. Maybe we'll start just with that. So we have one here from Laura, who asks, and I think it's a question to you, Ken. Do you work with the indicators developed by the DSF, the Dairy Sustainability Framework, or do you have your own KPIs to measure sustainability in a holistic way?
So I work with the Eco Practices group to try to develop what we call a SCIP plan, or basically a sustainability continuous improvement plan. And given and keeping in mind that we're pretty U.S. focused here, but given the breadth of the sustainability challenges that we face across the country, we're trying to develop SCIP plans and KPIs that are specific really to our farms in our region. For example, cover crops are a challenging thing to grow in Western Kansas due to the arid climate. So carbon sequestration can be a challenge with in-field practices. That's a much easier thing to achieve in West Central Ohio. So again, we're trying to develop KPIs in conjunction with our independent environmental consultants, as well as our customer in Dano, North America, to try to make efforts in areas that are important to our customer, are important to us in our region, and that are readily available and achievable within our region. And then we work together with those groups to try to source technical support as well as potential funding to make reinvestments into all those areas.
Yeah, thank you. And we have another question here from Helene. Do we need to continue to focus on the development of specific feed to decrease methane? Or in the current context, is it better to put more effort to change the dairy system by introducing concepts of regenerative agriculture? Do you think that we could offer some incentives to farmers for that, as it is beneficial for the entire ecosystem? And I guess that could be a question to any one of you. But maybe start with you, Ken, and then the other could join in if you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do think it's absolutely critical that we begin to think outside the box in terms of feedstuffs that we grow, not only from a soil health and biodiversity perspective, but also the potential impact that those different feedstocks can have on the methane production or just the general output of our cattle. So I think there absolutely needs to be joint efforts between the farmers like myself and university or industry groups to try to develop that. But I also think it's important to not live in a silo and to engage other stakeholders, because I believe that if there are ways in which we can communicate better with our farmer partners, the growers that provide feeds for us, to make a more circular economy where perhaps the waste that's generated on my farms is going back to the fields that those farmers are working on, to create a more circular nutrient flow, reduce our dependency on synthetic fertilizers. But there's other opportunities like the sharing of equipment. In our particular world, we're trying to adopt new technology and serve as a test case and as an example farm for not only our farmer partners, but other farmers within the industry. with the hope being that we can encourage them to increase the rate of adoption of new and better technology to enhance the productivity or decrease the environmental impact of their farms. So yes to all those.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. And Jude, do you also have some reflection on that point? And regenerative agriculture is something that is discussed a lot or mentioned a lot today. If you have some reflection as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the concept of it is great, and I think one of the nicest things, although at the same time most frustrating things about regenerative agriculture, is that it doesn't necessarily have a very firm definition, but in doing so, it isn't prescriptive. So, anybody can adopt those practices to improve those farms. And as has just been said, I think it's really, really crucial to understand and exploit and communicate the fact that agriculture is a circle. It isn't, as many outside ags sometimes think, a case of producing milk here. I've been told, for example, by people in the past that all the waste from the cows just goes into a big pit and then they dig another pit for the next lot of waste. So I'm like, no, it goes onto the fields. It's used for nutrient cycling. So all of that is absolutely key. But to come back to the actual question, I don't believe that anybody's sort of quantified the impact of feed additives, for example, versus regenerative. And I was actually making this precise point to somebody on a call just on Monday. What we really need is to understand those impacts. And I would really like to see some data or some quantification on if we just do everything better on every farm, whether it's a huge farm in the States, whether it's a very small farm in Switzerland, whether it's a smallholder operation in Kenya, wherever it might be, if we do everything better, if we meet the KPIs for that farm, it would then be interesting to then introduce feed additives. And there's certainly some very promising work from some of the research farms over here where the feed additives have been trialled that shows even when everything's done really well, the feed additives still have a significant improvement. But I think we need to be careful sometimes of chasing a sort of silver bullet rather than looking at what we're doing on farm and saying, actually, we also need to address the lameness, the mastitis, the fertility, whatever it might be.
Thank you, Jude. We have one more question here, and I'm not really sure who it is for. It's from Christer Olson. Are genetic merits including reduced greenhouse gas emissions? I'm not sure if that's something you are comfortable to answer, Mette.
Well, does this thing work? Yeah, okay. Well, genetic improvements, obviously, there was this other question about feed additives and what should be the strategy to achieve reductions in the future in methane and reduce the climate impact. And I think it's not either or, just one or the other thing, but it's a question of increasing the portfolio of instruments to farmers and finding out of integrating the best options in any particular farming setting to try to achieve the largest reductions possible. Feed additives is one thing, but it should not be the exclusively only thing that we focus on. It's the farming system as such is incredibly important. Genetic breeding, knowing that there is such a huge variation in methane emission from individual cows, genetic breeding is obviously also something we should pursue. We just know that it's something that takes a very long time. And according to geneticists, if this was supposed to be the breeding goal in the future, we would have to sort of give way on some of the emphasis on actual productivity. So it's also something that is going to perhaps, or will be part of the portfolio, but as far as I know, there is still a long way from defining that we think these are genetic markers of high or low methane emission to actually show that offspring from bulls with those correct markers actually give offspring that produce less methane. So there's a lot of work there, and it's not something that will deliver solutions in 2 or 3 or 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you. And I think that is the common thread here, that there's so many things we need to do. It's not just, as you said, Jude, one silver bullet, but we need to work on, a lot of different actions. And we have also talked about sustainability, and that is very broad. It's everything from greenhouse gas emissions to biodiversity, also social and economic, and so on. So it is really a big topic and very complex. I would like to just ask you, and I start with you, Jude, where do you see the trade-offs? Because it's not always a win-win. It's not always that we can do good in all these aspects of sustainability. Where do you see the critical trade-offs, and how should we deal with that moving forward on the sustainability agenda?
I think one of the biggest ones is, as I talked about earlier, the trade-off between actual or perceived, and I say that very carefully, animal welfare versus carbon footprint. You know, with the perception that if cows are always housed, that must be bad for animal welfare but good for carbon footprint, for example. And you know, these type of quandaries are as difficult for us as for consumers. Consumers have the perception that cows should always be outside, the sun always shines, they're always healthy, and they should have a low carbon footprint. So I think that's possibly going to be the biggest one, managing the expectations of the consumer at the same time as trying to fulfill all the expectations of the consumer and keep a low carbon footprint. We also have the conflict, or the potential conflict, between biodiversity and carbon footprint. And again, you know, what we can select for in terms of a very diverse pasture where cattle can graze doesn't necessarily fit with a house cow system with, as measured at the moment, a lower carbon footprint. So yeah, I mean, so many trade-offs. And I think we have to help not just the consumer, but the processor, the retailer and the policymaker understand that it isn't, as was said earlier, all or nothing. There are all these trade-offs, there are all these interlocking bits, and for retailer X it may be about welfare, and for retailer Y it may be about price and carbon. But I think that's why there is no one size fits all for every farm, and not every farm can optimize all of these factors. So as a dairy industry, we can aim to optimize biodiversity, optimize animal welfare, animal health, carbon footprint, land use, byproduct feeds, etc., etc. But I think it's important to understand that we can't do that on every farm. Not every farm can tick all those boxes, but on an industry basis, we can tick all those boxes because of the huge diversity of dairy farms that we see across the world.
Yeah, thank you, Jude. I would like to maybe move on to you, Ken, because you are really working with this in practice. Have you had some experience like where you feel maybe it tips a little bit too much on one side on sustainability, like you focus on one thing on the cost of another part?
Yeah, you know, I think it's been my experience that there's a very heavy focus on carbon footprint. And obviously I believe that that's incredibly important, but when oftentimes that's the sole focus of the conversation, other crucially important topics like water get left to the wayside. And, in my particular area in Northwest Kansas, our local communities, our local economy lives and dies on the ability to irrigate crops. And we are under dire pressure from a declining aquifer. And, if we don't focus heavily on that, and we as a dairy farm have invested a lot and focused heavily on that, but if we don't focus on that, if our conversations in Northwest Kansas were solely about reducing our carbon footprint, we would sentence our local communities, our region, to a slow economic death over time. And I think it's, you've heard it time and again from everybody that spoke today about the fact that there isn't a one size fits all. There isn't a silver bullet. There's something that everyone can do. And if we just start doing things that we can impact in a positive fashion over time and in aggregate, we're going to have a real positive impact on the economics of our industry, on the social impact of our industry, on our cattle, and ultimately on the environmental impact of our industry. But that's my biggest fear, is that the conversation becomes siloed into focusing on one metric. And when we focus on just one metric, we inhibit people's entry into the conversation, and we leave very vital and crucial topics to the side and ultimately damage ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. I can very much recognize that as well. I would like, it's not so many minutes left of this session, and I would like to take the chance for the audience to ask us questions. Otherwise, I could spend the rest of the afternoon talking with these very interested people about this very exciting topic. But maybe we can have just one final question then, or discussion point, before going to coffee break. And this is, how can we then, what do you see as obstacles? How can we, what makes us not move faster on the sustainability agenda? Starting with you, Mette. What do you see the obstacles in your specific topic? If we should speed up the process, or we could do more for sustainability, what is the obstacle if we don't do that today?
Well, I would like to touch upon something else first, because now we're talking about the dairy sector, and we are talking about the future livelihood of a whole industry. And I think that in much of the discussion, also it has been touched upon before, that we have communications with consumers, we have communication with policymakers. And I think that somehow some of those conversations have to be changed in a way that we alter the perspective, because cows, as we hear it in international conferences also here, they have become climate criminals. And I think it's very essential that we start putting more emphasis not on making them less criminal by reducing their methane, but actually having more focus on the very important role they play in the circular bioeconomy, so that it comes forward that they are not climate criminals, they actually provide us a very important societal services. That's one thing. And the other thing is also that we have to be better at communicating with the, that's also what it was said, has been said before, communicating with the whole society. I know from personal experience that in schools in Denmark, for instance, they always have in class different kinds of assignments where they have to assess something about agriculture and environment, and agriculture always becomes this sinner that exploits the environment, and there are so many bad things said about agriculture, and somehow we need to change the communication so that people remember we all need food. And it's quite okay that people choose not to eat meat, that they want to become vegetarians or vegans or whatever, but they should have the choice to choose what they like to eat, and they should be able to eat what they like to eat with a good conscience. So of course, changing the communication and starting to get this forward and seeing, okay, where are we going to be if the development continues where no young people anymore wants to become farmers? There's a huge capital drain from agriculture and from science as well, because young people in this part of the world don't want to go into agriculture. How are we going to get food? Nobody can produce their own food in their back garden. I would say most certainly wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah. So I think that's a very important obstacle, that we all have to become more conscious and come forward more in this kind of a discussion. Yeah. And then I just think that with I know this is not very popular, but I think I can't see that it's difficult to envision that we will not have some kind of restriction, some kind of taxations on CO2 emissions. And it's not a nice thing, but whenever there's a cost to something, industry also gets much more involved in trying to develop solutions. Yeah. So I think it will. So I'm very confident that we will be that we are on the way to creating some really great solutions within a relatively short time frame.
Yeah. Thank you, Mette. And I think that is a very important point you're making there. And the world is not black and white. And we need, of course, there is a negative impact, but there's also this positive impact. And cows are amazing animals, and they can give us these really great, nutritious food products. So I think maybe we should just stop there, because I can see now the clock has passed 3 o'clock, and I think everyone wants to have a coffee break. And once again, I just want to say a big thank you to Jude and to Ken and to Mette. It's been really, really interesting a couple of hours here and learning from you all three. So a big thank you from here. So,
coffee break.
So.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will reconvene this session on farming, and where we're looking at different strategies of reducing the climatic footprint of dairy farming. Earlier this afternoon, we had a tremendous session with our first three speakers. Delivered a lot of, I think, very useful, very stimulating information. We had some good panel discussion, some questions, and we'll continue that now with the next section in our program. My name is David Kelton. I'm a faculty member at the University of Guelph in Ontario, Canada, and I'm very pleased to moderate the session this afternoon. I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of the IDF Standing Committee on Animal Health and Welfare. As we went through this prior to starting this original session, I'm hoping there will be a lot of good questions coming from our audience, both here in person and virtually. I will ask you to submit your questions through the conference app. That will allow us to pose the questions to our panelists at the end. We will have three presentations, each of which will be about 20 minutes. And then we will have a panel discussion of about 25 minutes at the end. So even if we don't get a chance to pose the questions that you have to the panelists as they finish their presentation, we will have a lot of time for discussion and question and answer at the conclusion. So again, please submit your questions through the conference app. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the first of our three speakers in this part of the session. Dr. Christine Bays is a colleague of mine at the University of Guelph. She holds the Canada Research Chair in Livestock Genomics. She is an associate professor at the University of Guelph in the Department of Animal Biosciences, and she also holds a lecturer scientist position at the University of Bern. She has great interest, has done great activity, and is very passionate about sustainable breeding programs in the dairy industry and in fact in other animal species as well. But today she'll be talking about some of the work that she and her colleagues are doing under the umbrella of sustainable breeding strategies. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Christine. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining. My name is Christine Bays. I hold a Canada Research Chair in Livestock Genomics at the University of Guelph in Canada, and I'm a researcher and lecturer at the University of Bern in Switzerland. I would like to welcome you all to my presentation today on genomic selection for resilient dairy. In 2018, the FAO published an information package on climate change. I hold a Canada Research Chair in Livestock Genomics at the University of Guelph in Canada, and I'm a researcher and lecturer at the University of Bern in Switzerland. I would like to welcome you all to my presentation today on genomic selection for resilient dairy. In 2018, the FAO published an information package on climate change and the dairy cattle sector. And according to that report, more than 80% of the world's population, or about 6 billion people, regularly consume milk or dairy products. These products were described as nutrient-dense foods that supply energy and significant amounts of protein and micronutrients, including calcium, magnesium, selenium, riboflavin, and vitamins B5 and B12. In a nutshell, on a global scale, cows and their products are really important. The report went on to say that dairy is essential for ending hunger, achieving food security, and improving the nutritional value of diets in a sustainable manner. To do so, we need efficient and resilient cows. Now, the definition of resiliency is the ability of something to return to its original size and shape after being compressed or deformed. But we don't really want to compress or deform our cows, so we move to a further definition of resiliency, which is the ability to recover from or adjust easily to adversity or change. In Canada, as in many countries in the Western world, the number of cows has decreased significantly since the 1960s. In fact, we now have 2 million less cows in Canada than we did in 1960, but the amount of milk produced has not changed. In a way, this graph shows the resiliency of the dairy industry as a whole in the face of changing production systems. At the same time, livestock products, including dairy, are responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than most other food sources. In ruminants, microbes decompose and ferment plant materials, such as cellulose, fiber, starch, and sugar, in their rumen. On the one hand, this is really efficient because we can't digest those things. But on the other hand, the enteric methane that is a byproduct of this digestive process is really potent stuff. So there's a spoiler alert here, and that is that the 95% of enteric methane emitted from cows is emitted from the front end of the cow and not the back end, as Google might have you believe. So at this stage, we know cows are important and that they are becoming more efficient over time, but they produce greenhouse gases, and that's bad. So in the face of increasing societal scrutiny towards agriculture, slim profit margins for farmers, and a changing climate, resiliency and efficiency are more important now than they ever were. So what is resiliency when we talk about dairy cows? Per the definition I gave you earlier, a resilient cow should be able to adapt rapidly to changing conditions. From a food security standpoint, and in the context of the growing population, those cows should also maintain good productivity, health, and fertility. And in the context of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, those animals should also become more resource efficient, thus ultimately reducing their environmental burden. So the definition of a resilient cow incorporates a lot more than just rapidly adapting to change. Now, there are many approaches to improving dairy cow resiliency through nutrition, housing, and other management practices, each contributing in its own right to the efficiency and resiliency of cows. But I'm a geneticist, and so I have to approach this challenge as such. In the past 60 years, genetic selection has provided steady improvement in production, but also in a number of different traits. In the last decade, genomic selection has contributed even further to genetic improvement, providing a long-term, cumulative, and, in my opinion, quite elegant way of selecting the next generation of cows. However, genomics requires very, very high-quality phenotypes or data on the animals. Fertility, health, and efficiency traits are really notoriously difficult and expensive to measure, and this is really the challenge. So our solution is to work with local populations and link with other international efforts to define and measure resiliency traits. Furthermore, collaboration with researchers in other related fields is really, really important because as much as we'd like to think so, most geneticists are not experts in endocrinology, physiology, veterinary science, or other fields. So this highlights again the fact that we need to work together to tackle this really, really important challenge. To highlight how much genetic and genomic selection can affect productivity, this graph shows a number of different traits on the x-axis and the relative rate of genetic improvement on the y-axis in standardized units. As you can see, we've made progress in many traits, but not all. In particular, traits which show very little genetic variation and high environmental variance like daughter fertility, for example, persistency, metabolic disease, they are very difficult to improve via traditional genetic selection. However, since the implementation of genomic selection, we can see improvement in all traits and at a much higher level. And this is because we're harnessing the variation in the DNA of the animals directly, and we're only selecting those which have the best possible genes. So genomics gives us a much clearer picture of which animal is actually the best. So again, to have this improvement, we need to have genetic variation in the traits, but we also need a large amount of high quality data on many cows and many traits. And in terms of resiliency traits, no one has enough data right now to develop a genomic program on their own. So that's the reason that there are a number of national and international dairy cattle genetics projects currently running, with a focus on various aspects of resiliency. A common theme among these projects is the goal of collecting as much data as possible for use in national genetic evaluations for resiliency and its different aspects. In Canada, the Resilient Dairy Genome Project connects researchers and industry partners from many different fields across the country. We have joined efforts with partners in Denmark, France, USA, Germany, Switzerland, Spain, and Australia, who are also conducting large-scale research projects to help all of us achieve our goals. I will now describe our Resilient Dairy Genome Project in a little bit more detail. We think of our project as an engine, the fuel of which is represented by further developing phenotype collection in 3 key areas: closer to biology fertility, enhanced disease resistance, and feed efficiency coupled with methane reduction. Our goal here is to integrate these phenotypes into a national breeding program. Many of our international partners share this goal, in particular for feed efficiency and methane emissions. The second component of our project is the engine, which is composed of understanding genomic and environmental relationships between both novel and existing traits, incorporating multi-generational and epigenetic information, and this is made possible through efficient data management. The oil of our engine is the GELS activity, and GELS stands for genomics and its ethical, environmental, economic, legal, and social aspects, which will help us understand societal views on our approaches. With this powerful and well-functioning engine, we can ensure rapid and meaningful translation and implementation, ultimately leading us to our goal of developing genomic tools to select for sustainable cows. In the first activity of this project, closer to biology fertility, Dr. Ronaldo Seri of the University of British Columbia and his team are looking to standardize phenotypes based on automated sensors. And we're hoping really that this will take away the variation caused by individual producers so that we can get a little bit closer really to the biology of the cow. There are physiological factors that have genetic variation that affect estrus expression and embryo survival, and we're looking to identify genomic markers of estrus expression and fertility. Activity 2 is focused on enhancing disease resistance. We've already implemented a genomic evaluation system for fertility disorders into routine analyses in 2020. Through Lactanet, our industry partner in Canada responsible for genomic evaluations and the genetic evaluations for the national herd. We're also working on developing measures for routine phenotyping of different diseases, such as Johne's disease, different calf health traits, and leukosis. This is challenging, but very important because we've seen that animals that have, for example, Johne's disease, or are positive or suspicious for Johne's disease, also have increased problems with other diseases, such as the indicator trait for somatic cell score, as you can see in the graph here on the right. The third activity is focused on feed efficiency and methane emissions. Now, emission intensity, or greenhouse gas per kilogram of milk, have declined by almost 11% in the past decade. And these declines are recorded in all regions and reflect really the continued improvements in on-farm efficiency via improved animal productivity and better management. There is still a distinct difference in emission intensities between regions. In general, emission intensity of milk production is lowest in developed dairy regions, while developing dairy regions have a much higher emission intensity. Generally, we have to think about increasing data collection so that we can grasp the genetic variation between animals and select then only the best animals. Generally, also, emission intensity of milk production ranges between 1.3 to 1.4 kilograms of carbon or CO2 equivalents per kilogram fat and protein corrected milk. That's about 5 times lower than in developing dairy regions, but there is always room for improvement. Given a heritability or a genetic portion of methane production around 0.34, there's huge potential for genetic improvement. That heritability is very similar to the heritability of milk production, and we've done really good things with that. So there's a lot of possibilities here. This activity is focused on enlarging these data sets for these traits. But one real challenge is that, as you can see here, these are just graphical representations of data sets collected in Australia, Canada, Switzerland, Denmark, Spain, and USA across the lactation. And you can see just from the graphic already that the pattern of data collection is very different in these different countries. So we still have a lot of statistical work to do to make them all compatible. The fourth activity of our project is focused on genomic and environmental relationships. The graph here is showing the top 10 bulls in Ontario. And believe it or not, there is heat stress in Ontario. We did a small study looking at the temperature humidity index and what happens to the ranking of these top 10 bulls when the temperature humidity index surpasses a certain level. So you can see each line represents a bull, and some bulls really drop off their performance once they have a temperature humidity index that is too high for them. However, we do see also that some bulls maintain their performance. So really, this again is a show of genomic or genetic potential that we could select for animals that are more resilient to heat stressors as well. Activity 5 is focused on multi-generational effects and epigenetics. Scientists are starting to realize that some effects from the animal environment may affect their progeny's phenotype. So on the right here, we can see a graph that represents both biological processes and molecular functions that are significantly enriched by differentially expressed genes modulated by the environmental conditions. So this is a really promising area of research as well. Activity 6 is really focused on managing the project database and using really next generation sequence data to identify new genetic variants that might be associated with the traits that we're looking at. Activity 7 is focused on sustainability and societal acceptance. This activity really looks at farm level decisions about trade-offs between individual traits, but goes all the way through to studying public acceptance of dairy under different breeding strategies. So it's very interesting work that feeds back into the scientific side of things to sort of direct us as to what is society really expecting of us. I think it's an important thing for scientists to think about sometimes. In the last and final activity, translation and implementation, we've already developed fertility disorder evaluations, And the initial feed efficiency index is published. We published that this year. So farmers can choose animals based on their feed efficiency in Canada. Within that, we've developed 3 different traits and defined them to be independent of energy sinks. Those 3 traits are dry matter intake, energy-corrected milk, and metabolic body weight. And these traits are split into early lactation and later lactation, so we can apply less selection early in the lactation while the cows are still in their negative energy balance, and then treat them a little bit differently in the second stage of lactation when we can apply a little bit more selection pressure. So overall, the aim is to select for cows that use less feed at the same level of production and body size after the peak of their lactation. Finally, I'd like to mention that each trait, while it can be analyzed on its own, it's only when you look at the interdependency and the correlation between the traits that you can actually make sustainable improvement in the breed, and also make sure that you're not causing more damage than good. So this graph shows the phenotypic and genetic correlations between all the 67 traits currently used in the Canadian Genetic Evaluation Program. If you're interested in looking more closely at this data, there's a link here at the bottom left corner of the screen, where my team has created an app which allows you to pick and choose the individual traits you're interested in and see how they're correlated to all the other traits. The careful selection of traits and the understanding of how they affect one another is really absolutely imperative for designing sustainable breeding programs. So a few take-home messages from my talk today. On a global scale, sustainable dairy can really contribute to ending world hunger. That sounds like a very lofty goal, but both the developed dairy regions and the developing dairy regions need to do everything they can to reduce the amount of CO2 equivalents that are being released into our atmosphere. While that's happening, dairy cattle resiliency is a top priority, but it requires really high quality phenotypes. There is a saying amongst geneticists that in the age of the genotype, the phenotype is the king. That requires a lot of national, international, and above all, interdisciplinary collaborations, because these phenotypes are not trivial and they need to be defined very, very carefully. Our next steps are to continue developing traits for fertility, for calf health, and for feed efficiency and methane emissions. We are looking at developing genetic and genomic analyses of many traits for a balanced breeding program. We're trying to apply epigenomic information into routine and incorporating socioeconomic aspects into breeding goals. We can keep working, we need to keep working together to break down knowledge barriers between different fields. And once all of that is done, we can go on vacation. With that, I would like to acknowledge very gratefully all of the organizations who have been involved in this work, including funding organizations and all of our international partners. It is really a fantastic consortium, really, of interested groups, and we are working very hard to address what we can. But if anyone is interested in hearing more or would like to join our efforts, please do let me know. We'd be more than happy to have you. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my fantastic team. This photo, don't worry, it was taken before COVID, but this is the group of very hardworking students who spend a lot of their time collecting data on cows and running stats for our research. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention.
So I will virtually thank Christine. She's going to join us for the panel discussion at the end. We're taxing our technical crew here today. So Christine's was a pre-recorded presentation. Our next presenter is presenting virtually, but we'll revert to the format that we had this morning, and we're hopefully going to see Albert's head here shortly, and use slides. So our next presentation will be by Albert de Vries. Albert is a professor in the Department of Dairy Science at the University of Florida. He has a long-standing research and extension appointment and interest in dairy systems management. He has done a lot of work given a lot of thought to culling strategies and replacement strategies, and will talk to us this afternoon about some of his thoughts about how those things exist and coexist in a time when we're looking at sustainability and some of the challenges around sustainability. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Albert de Vries.
Thank you, Dave, and welcome from the state of Florida here. Let's see if I can see my own slides on the screen, which I cannot at the moment. There we go. Okay. So there's 20 minutes for this presentation. And so I need to sort of show the highlights here. This is a study from the University of Arkansas. It's a little bit older, but it describes where greenhouse gases in the dairy chain come from. And in red is methane. Okay, and methane obviously is sort of often our main focus when we think in terms of cows. But there's also a lot of carbon dioxide that comes from fossil fuels in this case. And so I think the take home from this slide, from that study, would be that in the whole chain of producing milk, we still rely to maybe 50% of our greenhouse gases out on fossil fuels. So we cannot just focus on just improving the cow itself. I think we really have to improve on reducing our dependence on fossil fuels in our milk supply chain here. If you look at the methane parts, then there is enteric methane coming out of the cow, and then there's the manure methane. And I think we've learned that actually a lot of methane coming from dairy systems is actually from manure. Another aspect that I want to highlight, and that may have come already up in the conference, and it's a slide I also use to teach my students, said we often focus on emissions, okay? But if we look at the dairy cow cycle or the beef cow cycle, we have to realize that our biogenic cow carbon cycle is actually pretty brief. So methane is a major greenhouse gas, but it gets converted into CO2 within about 10 years. And that CO2 is taken up in plants, and that's consumed by the cow again. So this is, really, if you think about it, is a closed loop. And if we forget about the fact that dairy production also includes eating forages that actually are grown by using CO2, then I am honestly a little less worried about just the methane emissions from the cow. And I think we really have to focus on that sink aspect as well. And so the question then is, what is the net? Is there a net sum of emissions here? Is that a positive? Then we have more of a problem than when it's sort of neutral. And the last thing that, before I get into sort of the cow aspects, is what is the right metric here? I think the University of Oxford has had quite a bit of press in the last couple of years, where they said, well, if we just look at sort of the standard greenhouse warming potential 100 metric that has been used to show how much methane actually contributes to warming, then we're overestimating, I think, the effects of methane. And so they proposed to come up with this greenhouse warming potential star. And on the right, you see, for example, that if methane keeps rising by 25% in 30 years, then we see both gray and blue, the greenhouse warming potential 100 and the 100 star, where we continue to contribute to global warming. But if using this metric, methane emissions fall by 10% in 30 years, then using the global warming potential 100, we would still contribute to global warming if we believed that metric. But when we use the greenhouse warming potential star, which they claim is a better reality of physics, I would think, then we would have no temperature change. And equally, if we continue to reduce methane emissions by maybe 25% in 30 years, actually dairy could be contributing to global cooling. And again, because more methane is taken out of the air than we put back in. So I think focusing on the right metric when we talk about dairy is very important as well. Okay, I'm going to talk briefly about the role of reproduction and replacement management, okay? Because despite of what I said, I do believe we have an opportunity to improve our greenhouse warming footprint in the dairy industry, and I think we all agree that we should. So my first little emphasis here is the focus of dry matter intake versus methane emissions here. This is a study from 2007, but it basically shows a linear line, a relationship between dry matter intake and methane production from the cow. Okay, so the more the cow eats, the more methane she produces. Pretty linear. And if we can use that simple equation in some modeling. Now, another aspect is feed efficiency. How much milk, being our main product out of the dairy chain, do we get per kilo or pound of dry matter that we put in there? And though this is also some simple modeling, this is days of milk on the bottom axis, and on the left we have either milk yield in blue or we have dry matter intake in red. And I think every dairy scientist knows that a cow is most feed efficient sort of early in lactation, about, month 2 or 3, around 100 days since calving. Okay, we have the highest feed efficiency there. So ideally, right, if we can get more milk per kilo of feed, we improve basically the environmental sustainability of the dairy industry. It also means, if you look at the individual cow, that perhaps if we have a lot of cows early in lactation, we would have a better footprint as far as milk over dry matter intake. And we see that even at a global scale. I think a previous speaker alluded to this already. This is milk yield and carbon footprint. This is the CO2 equivalent, which I think is a little bit of a debatable metric. But in North America and Western Europe, we have a lower carbon footprint per kilogram of milk than in less dairy developed countries where cows produce a lot of less milk. But again, I sort of question the logic, honestly, of this graph, because if this is a closed cycle, as I've shown on my second slide, and these cows basically produce methane and CO2, but the carbon is all taken up from forages that the cow was eating yesterday and it's grown locally, then I'm really not that concerned again about that yellow race there for the countries on the right. Nevertheless, I think I do believe that we can make some improvements if we optimize fertility, improve fertility, and also reduce culling of cows. This is a little bit of math here that I've done several years ago. On the top in blue, I had milk yields and then how much dry matter intake for lactating cows, that's wet, is eaten. That's about 9,400 kilos of milk, 6,442 kilos of dry matter when the cow is lactating, and 668 kilos of dry matter when she was dry. And on the right would be the kilos per cow, depending on the cull rate. Okay, and so it's fairly simple math. But if we have a low cull rate, like 25%, 25% of our cows are replaced annually, then that adds up from the young stock side 1,416 kilos of dry matter intake there. But if we have a very high cull rate on the right, 45%, so we replace cows a lot and we have a lot bigger pool of young stock per cow, we would have about 2,548 kilos of dry matter intake. And so then if we look at feed efficiency, the kilos of milk out of the herd divided by the kilos eaten, on the bottom chart, I think I have that. Yeah, and if I put my 45% cull rate at 100%, okay, I would have a feed efficiency of 0.98. So a little less than a kilo of feed per kilo of dry matter. But if I reduce my cull rate to 25%, my feed efficiency would be 1.11. Okay, and compared to that 100% for the 45% cull rate, it would be 88% methane. So 12% more efficient by reducing cow cull rate. And it's I agree, this is sort of a simple analysis. There are not a lot of studies that look at the effect of fertility on methane output. There's this study from Garnsworthy from 2004, and he showed that by doing calculations that if the fertility increases by the conception rate, so conception rate to the right increases from 30 to 70%, which the average in the country is anywhere is probably 50% or less. We would need fewer replacements because there'd be less culling because a cow failed to get pregnant, and it would reduce the methane output as a result of that. So that goes together with the previous slide. So this sounds good in theory, but here's a little bit of the problem. And I illustrated with some data from a milk test from the US. It's perhaps a little dated, but it illustrates the fact that if we look at pregnancy rate on top as a measure of reproductive success, and the average in the US is maybe 21-22% pregnancy rate. I know it's in Europe, not a metric used much. If you go to the right, you have better fertility, and to the left, you have lower reproductive success. But then if you look at the cows that left the herd, the cull rate, we actually do not see a lower percent of cows left the herd when our fertility is really good. It's in this herd stays about in this data set of maybe 10,000 herds. Even herds with high pregnancy rates, they still maintain about a 36% cull rate. So the fact that if we just improve fertility, our cull rates will be lower is not necessarily observed in practice. And hence, we might not see the benefits for sustainability from reducing cull rates. I do believe, though, and I'm going to show you next, that cows should actually live longer. We should have a lower cull rate, and that will then lower climatic footprint. So let me talk about some arguments why maybe cull rates have not reduced as much as they should have. Okay, it's not because of failure of genetics. This is data from USDA. If we look at breeding values over time from 1960s to about now, we see an increase in breeding value. We've really made cows more resistant to culling, essentially, compared to the 1960s. Okay, and so, in fact, we've added genetically about 20 months of breeding value to the ability for cows to stay longer in the herd. Okay, and so that means that if in 1960, let's say the cull rate was 33%, then today, if all that genetics was expressed in the herds, our cull rates should have been around 21%. But the reality is they are 37, 38, up to 40%. So we, again, do not see the genetics expressed in the herd. Yes, our cows are more resistant to culling, but there's more competition and farmers have ulterior motives, I think, to cull cows. And that's illustrated here as well. This is cows not reaching the next lactation from our milk test centers. And we see the fraction of cows not reaching the next lactation in 2016. The red was actually a little higher than it was in 2007. Now, cows that survive actually have only 4 events per lactation. Okay, if you ask farmers which cows are you not culling, well, they have 4 events per lactation. They calve. We have 1 breeding, which actually means we get them pregnant. We do a pregnancy diagnosis, which we normally do. Okay, she is pregnant, she does not abort, and we have a dry-off event. The dry-off event is followed by a calving. And we reviewed lots of risk factors for why cows would not survive. And in fact, they often have more than 4 of those 4 events, right? They're sick, they're lame, not pregnant, it took multiple breedings, the other falls apart, and so on, despite the fact that we've made improvements in many of these traits in genetics. So very briefly here, if we could choose, right, how long should an average cow remain in the herd? Okay, cost of herd structure. A little simple model here. I try to optimize my dollars per cow per year, and there's a better description here in the Journal of Dairy Science article here, because there are competing factors. We might think that, hey, every cow should stay as long as possible, but that's not necessarily how farmers think, okay? So I'm going to highlight, I think, 3 or 4 main factors here. One is depreciation of the cow, the fact that it costs more to bring a heifer, a calving heifer, into the herd than the price we receive when a cow is sold. Okay, in the US, let's say $2,000 to raise a heifer. Most of the time, if we sell a cow, it's maybe $800, $700. The cow depreciates, loses value. Obviously, if we can spread this depreciation out over more lactations, longer years, there's a lower cost per year for maintaining my herd structure. Okay, so this argument favors keeping cows longer in the herd. I would reduce my cow depreciation. This is a slide from Zoetis, and we're focusing on the blue, which is the milk per cow per day, and on the bottom we have parity group or lactation. And what I want to highlight here is that cows seem to be most efficient if they're in the 4th or 5th lactation. Okay, not a 1st lactation cow, because she's not quite mature yet. She makes maybe only 80% of milk of a mature cow in the 4th and 5th lactation. So if you look at just this graph, we also see to the right, when the cow gets maybe too old, that milk production drops. So there seems to be an optimum age when it comes to being the most efficient age-wise, 4th and 5th lactation. Okay, so this would speak towards having a lot of cows in the 4th and 5th lactation into the herd. Not too many young cows, which we would have with a high cull rate, but maybe also not too many old cows. And then this last one I already showed you a little bit, is that genetic lag is increasing. That means genetic progress increases, but it's actually increasing faster than it has in the past. Okay, and this is one of the reasons that farmers say, I want to bring in more young heifers because their genetics is so much better than older cows. Okay, if I keep older cows too long, I deny bringing newer genetics into my herd. And the rate of gain, because of genomic selection, has doubled compared to 2010. So that previous slide would actually argue for a high turnover. Now, if I added all these factors together here, and I'm looking for the lowest cost of herd structure per cow per year. That includes all these factors. In this simple illustration, I get to about a 25% cull rate. So that means 4 lactations to keep the cow in the herd. The take home here is I do not the math does not show that we have to really turn over cows very fast in order to bring in the latest genetics, because we give up too much on cow depreciation and on maturity. And so my summary here, I think if we can improve feed efficiency, we will see lower carbon footprint. It seems fairly straightforward. Mature cows are the most profitable and efficient. That means we can get there with better genetics, but also through management. We somehow have to make sure we're not culling too many cows because we believe perhaps that the genetic improvement is so strong that it requires cows to be culled early. And so I think actually greater productive life is good for both sustainability and profitability. We really need to rethink how many heifers we have. And I also believe there's somewhat of a need for better decision-making aids to help farmers think through which cows to cull, for example. I think that's the last what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you very much, Albert. And I think our plan here at this point will be to hold any questions that our audience may have. We'll move to our third and final speaker, and then we will have a panel discussion. So we've got about 25 minutes at the end of the program this afternoon where we'll have all three of our speakers join us, and we'll pose some questions and hopefully generate some discussion. So I'll remind the audience, please, to submit questions that you have through the question function on the app, and we will endeavor to compile those and ask those of our speakers. So our third speaker in the session this afternoon is Dr. Ilka Klaas. She is Dairy Development Director at De Laval. She also serves as the Vice Chair of our IDF Standing Committee on Animal Health and Welfare. You met her earlier today as the moderator of the first part of our session. Prior to joining De Laval, she was Associate Professor at the University of Copenhagen, so she's right at home here. And Ilka has given a lot of thought to how technologies, particularly some of the sensors that we use in our dairy systems, can impact decision-making and so forth. And we've asked her to address the issue of how some of that technology may be useful in our goal to increase sustainability. So, Ilka, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me? Now you can. Okay, let's see if this works. I have the pleasure of being the final speaker before we go to the discussion. It has been a long day with good discussions. Now you get my version, what I believe we can do with sensor technology and what is necessary to get more value towards sustainability out of it. Can I move this slides? Okay, shortly I would like to go into why I believe there is some benefit from sensor technology, and also which elements. When we speak about a sensor system, we need to have a common understanding what it actually is, and also give some examples how we could use this for more benefit, and then give a final recommendation or discussion point how we can actually reach towards more actionable sensor information. So going through the presentations today, we talked a lot about GHG emissions, and that health was maybe an unexplored factor that could need more attention. If you look at those diseases, it appears to have a very small impact, with mastitis 6%, foot lesions 0.4% increase in emissions per case. On the other hand, we do have a lot of cases. The incidence of mastitis is quite high. It can be up to 30% of animals that are affected during lactation. Or if you think that some herds have a lot of foot problems, then these tiny amounts certainly add up and could have a huge impact to improve health in those farms, to bring down the GHG emissions. We have also looked into the aspect of longevity, and it's quite clear that the longer you have a cow in the farm, it kind of offsets the first 2 years where she doesn't really produce milk. So if we can keep cows longer, as Albert suggests, we also know that we can reduce the carbon footprint in the farms. And we are not really there. We now learned moving it towards parity 4 could be a good idea. When we are talking about sensor technology, what is it actually that we mean? Well, when I'm talking about it, I usually mean the use of technologies to measure certain physiological parameters. And they are related to health, to fertility, to the performance of an animal. And in an ideal world, you would have automatic detection of those events or conditions, and that could then lead to automatic or semi-automatic or manual actions. I think that if we use this technology in an efficient way, it simply enables farmers to do more with less, and thus also, at the end of the day, reduces GHG emissions on the farm. They can have a greater efficiency and profitability. They have a better overview, a better monitoring of diseases, of what's going on in the farms, and thus some tools to improve actually health and welfare. We heard from Jude this morning that especially the data, the monitoring of diseases, we need to have more information to better manage the cows. Well, sensor system register all those data and could be a source to gain more knowledge about disease frequency and how to combat this. We had already the factor of longevity, but also the aspects that if I have automatic monitoring in my farm, I'm more flexible with the labor. I can plan better and use the resources that I have in a more efficient way. So then comes the definition, what is a sensor system? And after our definition that we worked on a lot here in the IDF action team, it is basically a sensor. Let's say it measures, for example, information in case of a mastitis, collects a lot of data. It is possible that other sensors that measure, for example, the milking behavior or activity or general condition of the cow, that they all are through an algorithm combined, and an alert is given if they deviate or if there's a deviation from normal, if mastitis in this case here is present. And then farmers would get this alert, get this information, and carry out, it serves as a decision support tool so that then farmers can make more informed decision and initiate any treatments. In many cases, it's important to have other data or information, and in most cases, farmers will also confirm that there is a case that needs attention. And it's very important to be aware of that any sensor alert, if there's not really management or an intervention associated with it, then it's not really of value to the farmer to know. Then it's more, nice, but do I need this information right now? And that is exactly also the problem often, what kind of sensors to choose, how does it work best, what to do in a specific farm. We had estrus detection sensors for quite some years now, and there are many available, different types. They measure activity at the color, at the legs. We can measure progesterone in the milk. We can measure activity, and we have ear tags. We have a lot of tools available. And then it's a good question to the farmer, what should I use? And I would say it depends on the farm. There is no doubt that estrus detection, what we want to achieve with these tools, plays an important role and can be improved efficiently using sensors. There are farms that visually can achieve very good results, but you can see the range is enormous. So it's more likely that you're not going to achieve good results when you're not using a sensor than if you had one. Because if you then just look at what activity meters can do, this variation between the studies is getting smaller. And it's even smaller if you go and measure a progesterone. So here you can clearly see that having sensors contributes to the estrus detection rate, and thus has also a large impact on fertility outcomes. And as we heard from Albert, that could have a large impact on GHG emission on farms. So going back to the farmer, what technology to invest, there's little doubt that it's beneficial from a cost-benefit point of view. It's just a question of how large is this benefit? And that depends on what is going on the farm. What is the current estrus detection rate? What are the practices? What are the costs associated with what the farmers are currently doing versus what they would then do when a sensor would be present? Another point is also, what about the health situation of the animals? A lot of farms have problems with lameness. Lame cows may not express estrus. And then it's not the fault of the sensor, but it's because the health situation of the cows is not good enough that the sensor, of course, then cannot detect an estrus. But also it's dependent on what kind of strategy do farmers want to carry out. What is the replacement strategy, as we heard, but also what is the shape of the production level, the shape of the lactation curve. If we have sensors and tools that can improve the detection rate, then there's a potential to narrow that window of breeding. So there are a lot of thoughts and processes to think through to make the right decision here for the farmer and get the value that they expected. And it's also important to consider what else can we do with that sensor. It might not only be estrus detection, it could have value for detecting other diseases. So at the IDF action team on sensor-based management, we had a lot of discussions. We started with mastitis. And we thought to improve or to acknowledge that farmers are really important here to develop the right tools. We said we need to start from a farmer-centered, management-based definition of mastitis situations, define when is it important for farmers to find a cow that has a mastitis and which kind of mastitis. And then from these aspects, from these situations, define what are the requirements for a sensor system. And we have now published that paper in Journal of Dairy Science. It's a result of a lot of discussions with a lot of people. We also went back and said, okay, what do we know? How do farmers work actually with sensor systems? And in terms of mastitis, we found a study quite old, and unfortunately, only very few mastitis alerts were checked by the farmer. But on the good side, if they then decided this cow I'm going to check, there was a high odds that this cow actually had a mastitis. The downside was that many clinical cases were overlooked. And then looking into the factors, what did farmers actually look like to make their decision, this is a cow I want to check? That was a significant drop in milk production. It was when they found clots in the filter. It was when there were problems with the milking process. So going back to what a sensor system is, they actually supplied the other information before making their decision, I need to go and check that cow. So what we came up to is to improve that situation, to make really define situations where farmers need to go and check the cows or know what's going on with health status. We decided cows with severe mastitis, that is an obvious choice, they need immediate attention. This is a case where we need to know right away that there's a problem in the cow. Then we said for cows that have a mild or a subclinical mastitis, we may not want to react immediately. There is some more time. That is a different type of situation to identify. a typical point in time where you want to know what's going on with udder health would be when you're closing in on the dry-off period. And then also udder health at a farm level. Also a different situation where you want to have information what's going on with the cows. And then we started looking into, okay, what should be the sensor performance then for those different 4 situations? We looked at what can humans do? There's not that much information available, and that's typical when we're discussing sensors, that people then say, yeah, but it's not good enough, or it has a high false positive rate or whatever. But often we do not know what is the performance of the gold standard, in that sense, a human being doing some action or clinical examination or culturing, as in case of mastitis. So we are not perfect. ISO standards, they suggest sensitivity 80%, specificity 99%. And if you look at recent studies in the scientific literature, for clinical mastitis, we are not really there, we are close, but we may be better, we could be better. And based on this status, we then defined and recommend certain performance parameters for the 4 situations. And for the severe mastitis, as I mentioned, you would like to find this cow within hours. We would like to have both a very, very high sensitivity. Ideally, we want to find 100% of the cows. And we would also say, okay, if the cow has a milder or moderate mastitis, we would not really regard this as a false positive in that sense. But there is a strategy, there is an intervention. The majority of cases would receive immediate treatment. A challenge for a sensor is that the absence of a cow moving around or getting milked could then be the important information telling us that something's wrong. In the mild cases, it is not necessary to know this within hours. There could be a longer interval of days until we have raised that alarm. Now I'm speaking from the mastitis point of view, not from the milk quality point of view. There could be a strategy of a treatment if the cow cannot cure herself. There could be an importance of knowing to carry out certain management features, preventing that the cow is transmitting her bacteria to others, for example. When it comes to the dry cow status, again, a lot of discussions. We are moving towards selective dry cow treatments in many countries. And you could either have the strategy to detect all cows that would benefit from a treatment, or you could have the strategy that you want to detect those cows that are really healthy and do not need a treatment. So here again, even within this situation, there are several strategies that could influence what you actually need of a performance. When we then come to the herd level, there you would like to have KPIs and monitor an increase or a decrease. And here maybe the time window could be a week, bi-weekly, or once a month that you would like to check up. So again, different time window, different interventions, different demands to a sensor system. But you would like to have a very high specificity, because it could be quite expensive to make changes in your management. And you better make sure that this is not just by chance that you have an increase of a KPI. You would like to make sure that there's really a true change of the status of the cows. So these are 4 situations, different needs, different algorithms, and this just to detect clinical mastitis. And that shows maybe why it's so difficult to make the perfect sensor system or the successful one. And to me, the sustainable sensor-driven management, that means that we do have a sensor system that has a high performance and can detect the condition of interest. And that's a good question, what is that condition of interest? It should also have easy interpretable data, KPIs, when they are needed, and not cause an overload of information or alerts. And then also there should be an SOP. We should think about what can we then do with that information, and it should be a benefit of knowing and doing in comparison to not having that information. That all relies on the sensor and on the system. But the real value, again, comes from the farmer action. And that is the greatest issue. We need to have then a motivated farmer that wants to work with that system, carries out the intervention, and then also monitors the success. And we also need to know that. So my take-home message to you is, I believe that sensor technology has a large potential. There's so much more that we can use it for. And to untap this potential, we need to know more about the farmers' needs. How do they work with those sensors? If we don't know, how can we then define the right situations? And it also looks like we need to develop sensor algorithms that really target their needs, and then investigate how do they perform not only the sensor system, but also the carried out SOPs. And did farmers actually achieve their management goals when applying those sensors and alerts in their farm? And that cannot be achieved alone. I think here it's very important that the different parts work together in a joint effort. The farmers, the industry, and academia, so that we together get the sensor systems and the knowledge how to use them for the best improvement of health and management out on the farm. And ultimately, for me, it's very important that they should utilize the sensor to the full potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilka. I'll ask you to stay up here, and I think through the marvels of technology, we're about to get our previous two speakers back on the screen. As we're doing that, and we move to the panel discussion portion of our program, again, I would invite you to please submit your questions, if you will, through the conference app. And Anna has very kindly agreed to come and help me facilitate some of that, but there we have Christine and Albert, so we've got our panel together. So maybe with I'm going to start with a question to Christine, since she's gotten off the hook a little bit. Hers was a pre-recorded session, so maybe get her warmed up a little bit. And Christine, I think you gave us a pretty optimistic view of the value of genomic selection and what that might do in terms of improving the sustainability and so on. But you also mentioned that we have some challenges, and particularly in gathering phenotypic data. I wonder if you can expand on that a little bit and offer your experiences and where we need to go to be able to maximize that those genomic tools that we have that your group is developing.
That's a fantastic question, Dave, and thank you for asking it. It is a really important challenge that we have. As you can imagine, measuring the intake and the methane emission of an individual cow is really expensive. We're looking, and we see that in the number of international partners that we have. There's quite a few people who are spending quite a lot of money on collecting cows information on this. So if you can imagine, I showed very briefly the patterns of data collection. I don't know if you could remember that, but for example, some people are collecting information at the beginning of lactation. Some people are collecting data at the end of lactation. But you have to imagine each individual animal, what it eats has to be recorded, weighed, analyzed, etc. That has to be then matched up with the genomic information. And if you really want to do a good job, you have to measure how much methane each of these individual animals is producing. So unless we work together, and I mean that in the most global sense of the word, we are not able to have a data set that's big enough to statistically analyze properly. If, however, we can get a large enough data set together, the ability to actually identify the genes that are responsible for variation in this trait can be identified. And because the Holstein population is so related, that's the first population that we're concentrating on, but there's no reason that that approach wouldn't work in any other breed around. Also in developing dairy countries, etc., and especially actually in those countries.
Thank you for that, Christine. And maybe to follow up on that then, because we heard Ilka talk about sensors, and I think those of us that are involved in dairy management, we've seen, and Ilka talked about it, an explosion of sensor systems, sensors that measure different things, and yet I'm not sure that I'm aware of anything that's commercially available, for instance, to measure methane. But Ilka, can you comment on that? I mean, are we close to having some commercially available systems that can capture some of those types of data that Christine's group might need right now that they're doing sort of through research activities?
It just reminds me of a link we got through the questions this morning about a kind of halter or code system to capture methane on the cows. So there are some products on the market available, yeah. But how many would you need? I think that's the problem.
Yes, and I mean, there are some sniffers, for example, that can be installed in, for example, robotic milking systems for the methane collection. Right now, really, from our point of view, the main difficulty is the feed intake. We can do a lot with genomics because these animals are so related with one another, we can extrapolate their information to the rest of the population. It just has to do with the population structure that we have in Holsteins. Very few bulls, a large number of cows that descend from those bulls. So as soon as we have an accurate reference population, we can do a lot, but we do have to have really good phenotypes on as many cows as possible. Our project right now is going to have 17,000 cows measured by the end of 3 years. But every country that's involved is looking for a longer-term solution for data collection. So if there is anyone there who knows a way of cost-effectively measuring both feed intake and methane emissions, by all means, give me a shout.
Thank you. Anna, we have some questions, I think, coming through the app.
Yes, we do. So we have the first question from Malin Fröjlin. And she asks, to have a high production and many cows early in lactation, then we need to have 12 months of calving interval. And then we get a lot of heifers. What shall we do with the calves to not get too high recruitment rate? Is sex semen the solution, and are the bull calves for beef production better for the carbon footprint? I don't know if that's maybe a question for you, Albert, or who would like to start with that one?
Yeah, excellent points are being raised here. Let me start by saying that I think we're at the time we may have to reevaluate that 12-month calving interval. In part because our lactation curves seem to be more persistent than in the past. If that's the case, there still is the importance of having a higher feed-efficient cow early in lactation. But every time, we have a shorter calving interval, we expose cows to a dry period and often to, a transition period from dry to calving that is a higher risk for metabolic problems, right? So if you look at the whole picture economically, I'm not sure we're still at a 12-month calving interval. When it comes to, if we have more frequent calving, we have a lot more heifer calves. I think in Europe and certainly in the United States, I would say all our progressive dairy farmers are looking into combinations of sexed semen and beef semen. So sexed semen on the heifers. Sex semen is a little bit, obviously you get a more chance of a female calf, a little higher cost, a little lower fertility. So you use that on your heifers. They are genetically superior, a little higher fertility as well. And then you do the calculation, how many heifers do I get out of these matings? And then the rest of the herd, you would breed with beef semen. And that can be up to 50% of all the matings in the herd. Then you get crossbred calves, plus, some of the dairy bull calves you will still get from beef semen. And those are raised to be beef animals. And I think in the US, that is a sustainable system for the future. That will not go away anymore. So we really need to start thinking in terms of, well, we're just having a number of heifer calves born out of conventional semen as a result of culling and fertility, to we really need to plan how many of these heifer calves do we actually want to get on the ground, and we can manage that. We can now plan for that with the use of sex semen.
Yeah. Then I will just take the opportunity to follow-up questions, because I was just curious during your presentation, have you accounted for this, like the byproduct meat? Is that included? Have you divided the emissions between the milk and the meat?
Yeah, that's an excellent question too. I have not done any math myself on the milk and the meat. I think there's a study from the Netherlands that I recall that looked at that. But I would have to reread it to see if there's any implications for my story. I think the bottom line, what I've tried to show, is that I think we need to really reduce the number of heifer calves as one aspect in order to have cows stay longer in herds. But we also have to be able to keep them healthy in the herd, right? And there's where, for example, sensors might help to pick up cows that become sick quickly.
Yeah. And we have,
maybe I could add something. I'm glad to hear that there is some potential here again to sensors. I'm also thinking regarding precision reproduction management, to do this based on the farms. Also, it depends also what to do with the beef crossbreds then. But finding solutions on farm, and it's maybe not each and every cow where we can prolong the lactation. There have also been studies carried out showing that it's only specific groups of cows where this would be an option. And then again, if we have daily measurements, all this information, we could use that actively to decide which cows to do what with and be more efficient in the decision making.
Yeah, excellent point. There's certainly a lot of potential, I think, in that area. And we have more questions here. I will just go on.
Please.
We have another one for Jamie Junker. What is the role for gene editing in creating the cow of the future? And I guess that will be for you, Christine. Maybe.
I could imagine that. Although I think Albert probably has very interesting opinions on that as well. The question of gene editing is not a technical one anymore. It's a regulatory one. I think that 20, 30 years ago, the idea of genetic modification was still so shocking that the public absolutely denied any further progress in that area. However, since then, there has been the approval of genetically modified fish into the food chain. In North America, that fish is not labeled as a GMO, and of course, a lot of the plant products that we have in North America are genetically modified already. With regards to gene editing, it will take time. There are efforts, for example, to remove the horns or to avoid horn removal through gene editing practices. They have been tested. There are, I believe, 3 or 4 animals at UC Davis in California who have been edited. These technologies will shape how we breed cows in the future, but there are so many moving parts and there are so many I guess, realizations that we have to be a little bit more, we have to take people with us when we make these scientific advances. I think that with the whole greener thoughts that the young millennials and the ones who are even younger than them are having right now, there may be a renaissance of application of genetic technologies. As we understand more about how these things work and how the genome works, there may be potential. But as I mentioned at the very beginning, it is indeed a regulatory one, and the situation is different in Europe than it is in North America for sure, and South America, and possibly also Asia. That's in a nutshell, I think, but huge potential.
Yeah, thank you. Shall I say one more?
Well, I was going to say, I wondered whether Albert wanted to add any comments on this particular topic, or?
No, just that I agree with what Christine said, that it's mostly a regulatory and not so much a technical question. And will consumers accept it, right? Because that's the main thing. Yeah, we have some gene-edited animals at our facilities too, where we try to embed like the slick gene to make them more heat stress resistant. So yeah, there's definitely research in that way.
Yes, and then we have a question here from Helene Sawyert. Many different companies propose sensors and a data treatment in their own software, limiting the interaction between sensors or data coming from different origin. What is your position about open data? This could facilitate the interactions between data and improve the final decision tool. And I think that is a question for you, Ilka.
To me, yeah. That would be a perfect world, right, where we could share everything that is possible. That is an important aspect, of course. And I think also when I mentioned that we need to work together, it was actually also an invitation, also including us at De Laval. Please then reach out and talk, and let us start talking how we can do this going forward and find ways of doing it all together. And using the full potential of the data. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. There can be different situations, etc. But I can see at De Laval we are increasingly aware of that, and we are increasingly also collaborating, which includes parts of data sharing. So yeah, it's on our agenda.
Yeah, and I think it's really amazing when you just consider all the data that is out there today that wasn't there 10 years ago. So I think there's so much learnings to be drawn from that. But of course it's challenge also how to share this.
And we should also remember that it's the farmers' data,
of course,
that is on their systems.
Yes.
So we need also to have the farmers on board before jumping too far ahead. And then it's also a question what data really gives information. And that is also something we need to be better to identify what is valuable and what we really need.
So we still have a bit of time, so if you have questions, please send them along. I wanted to ask each of our speakers this afternoon to comment and respond to this particular question. I think over the course of our meeting here in Copenhagen, we've had a lot of discussions about what could be done, what should be done, and yet I think we're hoping that there will be a call to action, and that it's the conversations we're having here translate into actions when we go home to our separate parts of the world. And I guess in terms of this discussion about sustainability, I'll ask each of our speakers in their area of expertise, if we convene a year from now, what are your expectations and hopes in terms of solid steps forward that you would like to see the global dairy industry take in terms of moving the sustainability agenda forward? Christine, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure, I'll have a crack at it. In 1 year, I think we've seen that there are incredible advances in the area of feed efficiency, of environmental sustainability from all fields, from the nutritional aspect through genetics to more, even the soil sequestration, carbon sequestration in soils. Everybody is working, or many people are working on this problem. How can we make agricultural production more sustainable? We've realized that 80% of people drink milk or eat milk products in the world. So when we talk to people in Zurich, Switzerland, who say, I'd rather drink soy milk, that's fine for them, but it's not fine for the other 80% of the world. So we really need to do better in all aspects. And I think to do that well, we should be speaking with one another, and we should be, at least from a research side, sharing data and sharing knowledge. I think there are so many expensive data sets laying around. If we were to put them together and use them, whether that be for a nutritional analysis, for a genetic analysis, whatever, we can concentrate on the cows, we can concentrate on the microbiome, we can concentrate on the management practices, but at the end of the day, it's in the developing countries that these efforts they really do need to move forward. We're doing quite well in the developed dairy world, but most of the cows are not in the developed dairy world. And this is, I think, from our point of view, we have to not only do better at home, but make it possible for the rest of the world to do better as well.
Thank you. Albert.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have really strong, coherent thoughts on this. To me, when I read about dairy and climate, I think it's important we have the right metrics. And I've had one or two slides on that. I think that is key. I also think we should not just focus on the emissions, but also on the other side of, of carbon being taken up out of the air. So I would like to look at the whole dairy production chain. Rather than just the one aspect of submissions. I think I would love us to be less reliable on fossil fuels to really produce milk and produce it and bring it to the consumer. So anything we can do there, I think, is helpful. And then we have obviously the cow aspects, the improvement in genetics, which relies on data, as Christine alludes to. I'd love to make a little bit better quantitative decisions rather than relying on gut feeling when it comes to replacement, minor things. But quality data, the right metrics, and less fossil fuel, I think would be high on my list here.
Thank you. Ilka.
Yeah, I fully agree with what has been said, and I believe within a year, I think there are so many activities going on, and we also learned there are so many different aspects. It looks to me that if we can collaborate, if we can use that data for improving existing procedures, if we can do innovation to find new technology, I think within the next year some things are going to move. Especially being based here in Denmark, where we now have the mandate to reduce with 60% by 2030 or something, we really need to work. And I can see that opportunities for research are coming up, and I think the industry, as me being now part of that one, we are consistently thinking about how we can be part of it and thinking it into all our research and innovation processes. So. There's movement.
There's movement. Well, with that, we have reached the top of the hour. So I will start by thanking all three of our panelists in this latter half of the session and the three panelists that joined us earlier this afternoon. I think we've had a tremendous discussion. I think we've had some tremendous food for thought. And I think our joint hope, our combined hope, is that as we go home, as we continue to think about the sustainability of our industry, that we continue to have conversations, that we get engaged in those conversations, that we have a voice, and that we talk about the good things that the dairy industry is doing and also the challenges that we have in reaching some of our sustainability goals. I think the sharing of information, I think the sharing of data and the sharing of experiences, I think we were all very pleased and impressed with the example that Ken Mccarthy brought to us in the previous session. And it's not just those of us in academia that are thinking about these things, but we've got tremendous examples of dairy farmers around the world that are actually walking the walk and doing some tremendous things. And I think as a global dairy industry, we need to do everything we can to also showcase them and showcase the wonderful things that are being done by our dairy industry as we address this very complicated topic. So with that, I'll bring the session to a close. Thank you all who were able to join us today, both in person and virtually, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.